My lovely, lovely, lovely imps, how are you doing today? Psychosocialism, Punky Gal 90, Intentions Nasty, Chair, Pansabi, Copioid Crisis, President Parakeet, Mika Meow, Lavender, Lot of Apples, Possum, Pan Nest Main, Sol Gracchus, Aska, Roomy Red, Gayfesh, Cotton D-Pad, Yasmin, Annie, Eddie, Intentions Nasty, Critical Prole, Copioid Crisis, Diamond King, Comrade Amatrine. And from the YouTube chat, well, also don't forget X Fairykin and Somniostatic. And from the YouTube chat, Indicat, Pickle and Croissant, Ginger Snaps Back, Mother of Mudkips, Kimberwolf, Espen M, Viquiero, Ornate Leather Opener, Lauren Pincombe, Millennial Matt, Uncle Gumbald, Fulmer Flamingo, and Rick Wallace, and of course, L space N space. You feel like you just barely made the bus? Yeah, basically. Yep, that's basically true. Have I ever heard of What's Up, Dog?
Bazinga, 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 bazinga.
If you are here, please press the like button on the YouTube stream. Every single like genuinely helps the stream. This stream is 100% viewer supported. We don't have any sponsors. We don't do any special advertisements. I don't pay for any advertisements because that's absurd. So if you want to help my stream grow, press that like button and I'll keep making funny things for you. All right? Sounds good, huh? Sounds great. It's a deal. I make nice content for you. I make you do haha laugh stuff. How's Yoda baby? Well, Yoda has been a little bit distressed because the critters have been out of town recently. So, you know, Yoda gets a little distressed whenever anybody's out of the house, which I completely understand because that's how I felt yesterday, which is why I didn't stream yesterday. Because I was just like, man, this sucks. I'm just gonna chill and vibe and try and take it easy. And then I ended up arguing with losers on Twitter, which was not a good idea. It was not a bad idea necessarily, but like it was a waste of time. It was kind of funny for a while, and then I just got sad because I always remember just how demented my haters are. Like truly, truly troubled and demented people. It's very, you know, yeah. Yeah, of course I need my critters. But I have very good news today, which is one of the things we're gonna be doing today is doing a little stuffed animal show off. And that's because while my critters were out traveling, they actually picked up a whole bunch of really cute stuffed animals and other things like that, which is like awesome. And I wanna show you because they're really fucking cute. They found some bangers. And I was like, what the heck? I wasn't expecting you all to come back with a bunch of gifts, but they did. And look what else. Look at this handmade mug. It's a handmade cow mug. They got this while traveling too. Look at that. It's so cute. It's fucking handmade and everything. And it holds a lot of soda. So, I mean, I got soda in here because I don't really like coffee all that much, but I'm a real sody head, you know. Well, see, that's the thing, Uncle Gumbald. I wasn't discoursing on Twitter. I was just probing the minds of my haters, which is sometimes an interesting thing to do, but most of the time it's just a mistake. And when I mean my haters, I mean somebody who tweeted at me like over a dozen times. Like, they just kept tweeting at me. And so I was like, all right, what the hell is your problem? And I tried to poke their brain about it, and it just didn't work, you know? So it's like, I was just kind of like, what the hell's going on here? And the answer was nothing. There was nothing really going on up in here. And yes, of course they were a DGGer. They always are a DGGer. Every single time. Almost without fail. So yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little odd. It's almost like there's a single group of people on the internet who absolutely hate my guts and will never stop. But whatever. No, actually, Eddie, surprisingly, not that I know of. But then again, I also have a lot of these people, I don't get notifications from a lot of the most deranged haters, and there's a reason for that, okay? Yeah, see, it's never worth it. It's never really worth it, Mad Lupine. Yeah. Oh, you never have to apologize. Nobody ever has to apologize for being late. Did you see that Russia has resorted to Nazi penal legions? What the fuck? No, I didn't know that. If you're wondering where, oh, well, okay. What a surprise. Who could have foreseen that the fascist leader of Russia would end up tapping Nazis, literal Nazis, to help win his imperialistic war? Ron's KFC, thank you very, very much. I love it that you're living rent-free in these people's heads. It is unbelievable. I only wish that it would literally pay my rent. It's funny because there was somebody last night, there was a DGGer in my mentions who the reason I knew they were a DGGer, by the way, is because they said they were a DGGer, just so you know. Like, I'm not just inventing that. They said it. But they explicitly told me to debate Destiny, and I'm like, bro, I already did, and he lost. Just so you know, just so people don't accuse me of blaming everything on DGG, even though it is 99% of the time, if somebody is harassing me on the internet, it's probably because of DGG. They were like saying that, like, oh, well, you rely on people like DGG for your content. I'm like, bro, I wish that was true. I wish your harassment would make me money, but it doesn't. It never has, and it never will. It's never been worth it for me. It doesn't help me in the algorithm. It doesn't help me at all. The only reason I've ever beefed with these people is because I have a stance and I'm standing by my position. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I hope so, Paul M. Good luck. Yeah, it's wild. It gets you stalker harassers. Yeah, but they don't give me anything. Like, haters don't donate. They don't help you. They don't leave likes and comments. They don't help at all. Like, people, there's this, okay, so this is something that drives me nuts. You guys know that I've talked about this a million times, which is that, like, there's this conception that, like, this is repeated by a couple of different factions of people. But it's mostly repeated by, like, video essayist types, and also by people who want to act like their parasocial daddy is, like, the creator of the universe. And they say, oh, well, you beef with a big creator because it does you numbers in the algorithm, but it doesn't. It never has. Yes, are there certain conflicts that can, like, in the long run, in like a really long term, maybe benefit you because you get some exposure? Sure, that can happen. But most of the time, it's just a waste of everyone's time. It's not like you get in a beef. Like, I mean, how many people have like, I mean, you could, any debater person, no one ever launches a career off of having a debate. Not even like the biggest meme lords. It just doesn't work that way. You can't, YouTube is too fucking complicated. You can't just like, you don't just like capitalize on 15 minutes of fame and then become like a successful YouTuber. As you guys know, those of you who've been watching me for a long time, the OGs in chat, you guys know that 90% of my content is just me talking about things that I care about for 2.5 years, consistently, carefully building an audience that is interested in what I have to say. It takes a lot of hard work. It takes a lot of experimentation. I've tried a million different things. I've done a million different types of shows. We've delved through all kinds of stuff. Yeah, so it's like, damn. Also, yeah, panels, doing that whole thing. I do think that there's room for positive collaboration, absolutely. And positive collaboration is the stuff that gets you growth. Guys, I gained so many followers after having a sit-down conversation with TJ Kirk. Like, that type of stuff is very beneficial. It's just also really high effort, and I get a little anxious, you know what I mean? You guys know me, I mostly like to do solo content. I like to sit here, talk with you. I like to occasionally do a debate. I like to react to stuff. I like to give my opinion, do reviews, play video games. I mostly like that stuff, and that's because doing collaborations is really stressful. It's just a lot. Oh yeah, the panels, we had a lot of fun on the panels back in the old days before the panel scene went to full hell. And part of the reason why the panel scene went to full hell was because there was no creativity going into like the creation of the show. There was no attempt to garner like good questions that would provoke interesting conversation that would keep people watching the panel. And the truth is that that has happened at times, but you have to have like, it has to be, the topics have to be inviting. They have to make people want to watch and stick around because panels go for like 3 or 4 hours every time. Also, yeah, the conservative affirmative action, but that's old news now. That's ancient history these days. That's at least one big part of it. Yes, of course, the other part is the personality domination, where a couple of personalities become the only personalities that matter, and they can basically run all over things because they already had a pre-existing large community, and so all of the panels want to attract that large community, and so they have to pander to the already existent large community, which, yeah, anyway, yes. But everything's dead, so the whole panel scene is gone. There are just no panels really happening anymore. Yeah. Yeah, so. Yep, no panels, like a barn without walls. No panels? Wow, congratulations, Coco. I didn't need to know that, but now that I do, congratulations. Well, that's what he says, but I don't know about that. Are we gonna watch Dylan's Ukraine doc? Sure, I'm open to that. I'm really excited to see what Dylan's been up to. I have a lot of, like, obviously, Dylan and I are very different in our political outlooks, but nonetheless, I really respect the fact that Dylan has like elevated his stuff, which is really sick. I think Dylan has a lot of talent. He's obviously very courageous, and that makes me happy. So, yes, Ocean Keltoy. I'm going to be planning a conversation with Ocean Keltoy next week. Hopefully, I've been really slow on scheduling anything because I've been distracted, and I'll be completely honest, I really didn't feel like trying to undertake anything super, what's the right word? I didn't want to undertake anything super, like ambitious or anything like that, or high effort while my critters were out of town. Cause I missed them, you know? Yeah. Sanic? Yeah, I do want to sit down and have a conversation with Ocean Keltoy, which will be cool. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, you guys don't see a lot of the behind the scenes aspect of this show. I do a lot myself. Like, I do a lot for the show. Most of the work is done by me. However, one thing that is not done by me, because it can't be done by me, is like bouncing ideas. And I really benefit from having somebody to bounce ideas off of. And that person is usually Doe. Usually Doe and I will sit down and, you know, Doe will be reading and I'll have some sody or whatever. Maybe we'll be smoking outside and we'll bounce ideas, you know, we'll bounce ideas off each other, and mostly me bouncing ideas off of Doe. But that helps me get perspective, you know? And I don't know, it helps me like, I don't know, crystallize what I want to talk about. So, yeah. Yep. So yeah, it can be a little hard and stuff like that. Not to be parasocial or rude, but for curiosity's sake, do you have an extra job outside of streaming? Nope, I don't. This is my job. I mean, I do all kinds of other things. Like I have all kinds of other projects I work on, and soon I'm going to be working on that podcast with Zan once Zan works out his housing situation. The reason why the podcast with Zan has been delayed is, well, Zan's got a little bit of an odd situation going on, given all the drama that you all know about. But soon that's going to be sorted, and then we're going to get working on the show again, which is very exciting. But yeah. I don't do any other work outside of streaming. Early on, I was lucky because my partner was willing to help me, you know, basically said, hey, I'll take care of rent and stuff. You focus on building a show. And then within about 6 months, I was able to get my show to the point where I have a steady enough income to pay my team and to pay my share of the rent. So it's pretty important for me. And also, I'm pretty proud of that. The show... basically, your donations make it possible for me to take care of myself and my family pretty well. Which is like, yeah, which is pretty awesome. It makes me very happy. It can be a lot of pressure, obviously. I talk about this pretty frequently, although we haven't really done like a state of the stream address in quite a while. By the way, there's a lot of new people in here, so if you're here, click on the YouTube link. You know, click on the screen and press like, please. All your likes seriously help. Every time we get a burst of likes, we get a burst of new people who get this stream recommended to the, you know, on their timeline. So bash those like button, please. Seriously, it helps a ton. Also, please talk about my stream. Tell people about my stream. My stream is unique, and you guys know this. Those of you who watch, those of you who watch, you all know that that I do a pretty unique show here in that I don't like plug sponsors all the time. I don't do like paid reviews. I don't do paid content or any of that cringe ass shit. It's all, you know, supported by you all, and like I said, because I don't pay for advertisement, word of mouth is gold. And also, word of mouth is already the best form of advertising. So if you tell your friends, you tell your Discord friends, whatever, you tell your IRL friends, hey, I've been checking out this streamer, you should check him out. That'd be awesome. Anyway, there's the little pitch, you know? Yeah. Flashy Job says, okay, I know this is unrelated, but I've noticed in the latest Keffel's police report, they said they had footage of the interrogation and that they didn't dead name, but they did not publish the footage with it. Not only do they say that the swatting incident was peaceful when the SWAT cam didn't have their body cams on, or no body cams, it sounds like just trust me, bro, from the chief of police. That is all that police ever do. Just so you know, that is why police, first of all, police don't push hard against body cams, and they also will often forget or turn off their body cams. And the reason for that, think about it like this. Even if you get in trouble for turning off your body cam, even if you make it illegal, the punishment for turning off your body cam is going to be less than the punishment for killing someone or using excessive force or hurting someone or violating someone's human rights. So they have an incentive at all times to just lose the footage, to forget to put their things on. It's a huge problem. And guess what? Courts see police as officials who, and to a certain degree, they are officials. They have to deal with lots of stuff every day. So they're seen as professionals, which means that there's a bias in the favor of police when it comes to word, you know, when it comes to, you know, my word against yours, when it comes to one, you know, oh, the person says this happened, well, I'm saying not, the police have the advantage. It's really fucked up. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that probably a little bit today, Cotton D-Pad. Well, hey, I appreciate that a lot, Louis boy. I do, I really do. Yeah, police love to lie. In fact, I had a little clip that I wanted to share, or something that somebody told me to watch this, so I don't actually know the full content of it, but I wanted to watch it because it was very interesting to me. Let me see if we can hear. I'll bring it up and we can watch it together. Yeah, here we go. Apparently, this lady was suspended for 10 days. Yeah, no, sorry, 10 hours, not even 10 days. This cop who did this only got a 10-day suspension. or sorry, 10-hour suspension. Let's just watch it together real quick. This can be a little bit of bonus content before we do the main stuff for today. You know, because we're just warming up and shit, you know?
PSA to everyone out there. I'm speaking for myself, but I'm probably speaking for a large majority of other officers out there. If we're driving on the freeway in our police car, get the out of the way. Get the out of the way. If you merge and we follow behind you and we merge too, you're probably in trouble. The best way to find that out is get the out of the way. I can go 90 miles an hour. You can't. You can't do that. So get the out of the way. If us officers stay behind you long enough, we can find a reason to pull you over. So you might as well get the out of the way.
We can find a reason to pull you over.
Super simple. That's all. You're welcome.
Gave away the game there a little bit. Uh-oh. You want to know why they gave her a 10-hour suspension? Because they were like, you got the moxie. You got the moxie, but you can't say that part out loud. That's the part you're not allowed to say. You're on the right track, kiddo, but watch your language. Yeah, 10 hours was the amount according to a journalist I follow that was talking about this. Yeah, it's fucked up. But yeah, cops do that all the time. Hello, Nico Pico. Yeah, so just remember, you know. Yeah, put your mask back on. Keep it on. Careful, careful. You know? Oh boy. Yeah, it's just how they go. Cops are never trust the cops, never talk to the cops, always have a lawyer, and guess what? If you are entitled to a lawyer. So even if you don't have a lawyer when you go in, don't talk to anybody until they get you a lawyer. And imagine it like this. Even if they make you real uncomfortable and they make you sit in a room for a very, very long time while you wait for a public defender, that's just in your favor. The longer they have you wait, the more likely that your lawyer is to be able to say, hey, this is mistreatment. Let me defend you. Just shut the fuck up and say, give me a lawyer. Every fucking time. Okay? Never talk to a cop, even when you're trying to be helpful. Get a lawyer, okay? I'm just saying. Yeah, literally, guys, actually, Better Call Saul is a show that seems to be wanting to teach people this. That's like the entire, one of the biggest lessons of Better Call Saul. In fact, they have an episode where specifically, like Saul, it's in one of the flash forwards, and he sees a kid getting arrested in the mall, and he's just like, don't talk to the cops, get a lawyer. And the reason for that is because cops are not your friends. They are looking to get their job done. They want to go home and they want to get their convictions and then they want to go home. They don't care about the process of justice. That's not their job. Their job is catching criminals. Their job is busting people, not ensuring a fair carriage of justice. That's judges and juries and lawyers. That's not cops. Cops are enforcers. Unfortunately, they have an undue influence, and it is enshrined in in the Constitution. Anything you say can and will be used against you. So just remember, it's always shut the fuck up Friday. Always. You know, maybe we should just watch the Shut the Fuck Up Friday because they do it better than I can. Here you go. Let me just give you Shut the Fuck Up Friday. Here we go. We'll just watch it together. You know what? It's great. Here we go. Let's go.
Mark and Craig, Hot Brothers at Law. We've been warning people, if you are working for an unlicensed dispensary, an illegal dispensary, and it gets raided, you need to shut the fuck up. If you shut the fuck up, you have a good chance that we can make the case go away. Case in point, 3 employees of an illegal shop were busted during a raid. 2 of them said, oh, I'm just volunteering here. The third guy shut the fuck up, and the DA did not prosecute the guy who shut the fuck up. They can't prove what you were doing there. If you're a customer, a patient, walked in to go to the bathroom, they don't know. You got to shut the fuck up, and it's Shut the Fuck Up Friday, so review the script. What do you say when the cop first pulls you over?
Why'd you pull me over?
And when he keeps asking questions?
Not discussing my day.
And they ask more questions?
Am I being detained or am I free to go?
And if detained, what do you say?
I invoke the fifth.
And then what do? You
shut the fuck up.
shut the fuck up Friday. Never answer questions when the cops ask.
Have safe holidays.
Tip of the day.
There you go. Unironic tip of the day. By the way, there's a really interesting, we've watched this on stream before. It's been a while. Maybe it's time for a re-up sometime soon. But what I wanted to say is there's actually a really interesting speech that is given by a veteran cop, and he gives the exact same advice as these guys. He's a retired cop, and he goes and he talks about it, and he says, don't, and the reason, and he starts, it's a really interesting structure. It starts with a lawyer and a cop, and first the cop goes and he tells you all the reasons, all the things the cops are gonna do when you talk to them, and then the lawyer comes up afterwards and he tells you the reasons why. He follows up by explaining how this guy can say these things, and they both agree the answer is to shut the fuck up and always have your lawyer. It's really good. I've watched it on here before. But yeah. Hey, see you later, Ginger Snaps. Yep. Apparently Mike Lindell's phone was seized by the FBI. Yeah, it was seized by the FBI at a Hardee's, right? Or a Denny's? I can't remember. It was one of those two restaurants. He got fucking raided by the FBI while hanging out at like a fucking fast food place. Was it a Wendy's? I thought it was a Hardee's. I saw the meme was a Hardee's. Let's find out, I guess. I guess we can just look it up. It said, I searched on Google and the first result, the first autocomplete was Hardee's. Hold on, let's see. Yes, it was a Hardee's. My Pillow CEO says the FBI seized his phone while he was in a Hardee's. Whoops. Demon Mama, do you watch Hell of a Boss? I don't, though I've heard it's very good. I have not watched it. I don't watch a whole lot of TV, believe it or not. I watch a little bit. They've indicted a ton of people. Oh, it's getting messy. I'm telling you, it's getting messy. Let me fucking tell you. Wait, it's on YouTube? Oh, we could watch that. Okay, if somebody gets me the link for that, we'll probably watch it. That sounds fucking hilarious. That would be fucking hilarious. I'm sorry, that's just real. Oh, Hell of a Boss. Oh, never mind. God damn it. I thought somebody filmed him getting busted. That would have been fucking hilarious. Oh. Oh, well. True patriots love floppy roast beef from Hardee's. They have the meat. That's a lot to unpack. Yeah. Ah, well. You know what? Let's actually, do you guys want to, you know what? Let's do the, we got a bunch of people here plugged to Patreon. You're right. Those of you who haven't liked the stream, like the stream, but also if you are here, consider supporting the Patreon. The Patreon is cool. It's a way to directly support me. And cool thing about the Patreon is, I occasionally post behind the scenes notes on there. So you get to see stuff that basically nobody else gets to see. I posted early pictures of the studio, for example. I did a big explainer on my audio setup. I sometimes, when I feel inspired, will write little guides on how I set my stream up. So if that kind of stuff is interesting to you, I'm gonna try and post there even more frequently as time goes on, but that's another way to support me. Do you see more deer? Not there, that's Twitter. But real quick, I wanna show you guys some really cool stuff, okay? I wanna show you some really, really cool stuff. So before we do anything else, I'm gonna show you guys the amazing stuffed animals that were brought back home from Fawn and Doe's trip. There's a whole bunch of them. So let me show you the first few, okay? We'll start with the smallest and we'll go up, okay? So here's the first two. These are just, you know, kind of simple and very adorable. This one is just a little puppy. It's really cute, it's incredibly soft, and it has a really nice weight to it. Like these ones are pretty simple. This one is a tiny little sheep or goat, I guess. If you, I don't really know, it feels like a sheep, but it looks more like a goat. But this is a little goat, so here you go. It's very, very adorable. And here's the little tiny puppy. So these are pretty cute. These are basically like Beanie Babies, but watch this, okay? It's about to get fucking real. All right, watch this stuff, okay? So here's the, oh no, I rolled over my thing. I gotta move this, hold on a second. I just rolled over my thing. So here's the next ones, okay? These ones are really great. All right, look at this. So this one is a cute little cow with a mohawk. It's incredibly soft. It's very, very, very high quality. Really good stitching, really nice coloring, extremely, extremely soft. Look at that. It's got a little mohawk and it has a little fluffy tail. It has a little bendable fluffy tail. It's really cute. So that's one of the medium ones. This is a pig. Look at how cute the piggy is. Big nose, same maker as the cow. So these, like I said, they're both very soft, very high quality. I think they're extremely adorable. Little tiny piggy tail, so cute. And here's this one was bought specifically for me, okay? So you guys probably know this. There's a couple of animals I really like, a couple of creatures I really like, and one of those is dragons. And take a look at this. Look at this cutie boy. You couldn't ask for a more amazing dragon. Look at it. It's so big. It's big, it's high quality, it's beyond soft. It has little flappy wings. It's a little belly crawling dragon, which is my favorite type. My favorite type of dragon is dragons that drag their belly along the ground. I find that really, really cute. It's so amazing. It's so cute. I can't even believe this. This is the one that the critters got specifically for me because they know I love dragons. And look at this, you can even put it around your neck. It's like it doubles as a neck pillow. So I can have this dragon just chilling with me if I want to. I'd have to move over a little bit for you to be able to see it, but look at that. It's so cute. I absolutely love it. Show nails? Yeah, look at my nails, they're amazing. They're galactic, they have metal in them, literally. These are, it's called Cat's Eye 3D or something like that. Anyway, this is a really high quality one. This is made by the same people that made the other two that I just showed you. So it's very good quality stitching, very soft. There's not, even the eyes, even though the eyes are hard, you can hear, probably, you can hear them, they're hard, but they're like inset and they're surrounded by fluff. So even that is like pretty amazing, okay? So there's that one, and now there's two more, okay? Two more. And these are freaking amazing, okay? This is a pansexual bunny. Look at this thing. This one has, and look at its ears. Its ears have little stitches and hearts. It's a little pan pride bunny. It's so unbelievably cute. It's got like I said, it's got stitches on its ears. Like it's kind of like a zombie bunny kind of thing. It's really adorable. It's a pan bunny. It's so cute. And this thing is beyond soft, okay? I mean like beyond. It is so unbelievably soft. I can't even explain it. And its eyes are stitched, so they're like little patches. This thing is really one of the most, I think this is one of the highest quality stuffies that we've ever gotten. Its stitching looks really good, and you can barely even tell where the stitches are except for on its head, where the head is like very full. And it has these giant floppy ears with the little patterns in them and everything. It is very adorable. Made by the same people is this extremely cute mad cow. And this one has a special feature. This is made by the same person who made the pan bunny, but this one has a special feature, which is, watch this, ready? Ready? So it has these little pumpers in it. It's got little air pumps, and you can squeeze it and it'll lift its arm and do a little dance. Is this a Danganronpa reference? I don't know, maybe. I didn't pick this one out. This one was found by Doe and Fawn. And it actually has the little udder pieces. They have little marbles in there. So the udders are a different texture than the rest, which is kind of cute. It's really cute. So there's all, that's the whole critter haul. Here, I'll try and hold them all together. Let's see if I can pull it off. I have been replaced with critters. See, look at them all. You can see basically all of them, including the dragon. Only his tail, though. Where's his head? Here's his head. He's buried. So that's the whole load. It's quite the haul. It was amazing. I didn't expect to get a whole bunch of stuffed animals, but it felt really awesome. And I was excited to see them. So that's really great. The dragon is beyond cute. Yeah, feel free to screenshot that if you want. Do you have a room solely for plushies? No. Oh God, I just dropped my piece off my chair. What a mess. Here I am fucking dropping pieces off my chair. I wish I had a plushie room. I don't currently have like a plushie devoted room. However, that's a good idea. Right now we have a big bucket for all of the plushies, and we have a net, but we haven't set it up yet because we have to pick a new spot for the net. Do I have a piss closet or a piss room? To be honest, I usually just piss on people. So yeah, you know. Well, I mean, the closest thing, we don't have a plushie room, but we do have a plushie area. It's hard to explain. Anyway, yes, we have lots of plushies, and they're really, really cute, and I love them all, and they make me happy. So, yeah, we have a million. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna put this dragon right over here. This is gonna be its new hangout spot. So we'll always be able to see this little dragon being cute over here, because, I don't know, I think it's really special, and it means a lot to me. So, now we got a little dragon hanging out in there. I might put it back in the background or whatever, but I don't know. It's really great. Yeah, it's so cute. I love stuffed animals. Stuffed animals are cuddly. They're adorable. Will you ever do an ooh woo emote? Probably. Is the dragon good or bad? Good, because bad dragon kind of sucks. Sorry, guys. I do need to name the dragon, but I don't have a name for it yet, so I gotta think of it. Yeah, they're much better. I can make some recommendations if you want something other than Bad Dragon, because Bad Dragon is not, they're overpriced, and I don't think they're as good as some other brands. Yeah, so. Yeah. Oh well. Do you have a plushy duck? I don't think I have a duck. We do have a bunch of rubber ducks. There was a time when I was traveling and we came across a store that had an unbelievable amount of rubber duck variants. They had rubber ducks of basic, I mean, hundreds of rubber duck variants, and Fawn really liked them. So Fawn got a couple of those, which is, you know, fun. Yeah. Pleasure Forge, check that out. If you're looking for recommendations other than Bad Dragon, Pleasure Forge. I just got home from work. What's happening? I was just showing off a bunch of my plush animals that I got as a gift from my critters who went on a big trip for the last week or so. Fawn and Doe, my partners, went on a cross-country trip. They went to go visit family on the other side of the country, and they came back with a bunch of goodies. So, yeah. No comparable company is going to be cheap. Well, it's not going to be cheap, but it's cheaper and better quality for what you're paying. So, I mean, obviously no custom sex toys are going to be super cheap, but they're not too expensive either. So, What do you think about, random question, what do you think about people living with their parents until they're 40 or something? I don't really care. A simple reality of our world is that more and more people are going to be living in multi-generational homes. That's just, ow, I bit my tongue. That's just how it is. We don't like, our economy is in the absolute shits, and it has been for a long time. So if you have good relationships with your parents, that's great. But that's just also a reality for a lot of people. More and more people are gonna have to either live with roommates or live with family members. It's just how it goes. Have you seen the President Sunday and Chud Logic fiasco? Yes, I talked about it and I have a video going up on it shortly. The beef is apparently continuing between Chud Logic and President Sunday, which is unfortunate because if I'm gonna be completely honest, the solution seems pretty clear cut for me. Honestly, I don't really care about like the drama aspect. I don't really care about their individual beef, but I do think that President Sunday was correct. Yeah, so I don't really like, I don't really have like a cancellation for Chud or anything like that because that's not really my thing. I just think that it's a irresponsible and dangerous decision for your own community. But that's not my community. My community has, you know, basic standards of function. It's unfortunate that Chud's does not at the moment, or so it seems. But yeah. I think you could charitably say President Sunday was cringe, but the core of the drama is very different. Yeah, I do agree. President Sunday's presentation is usually pretty cringe. Oh, we're gonna talk about that, Eddie, don't you worry. President Sunday's presentation is a little cringe, but he's just correct. I just think it's that simple. It's escalated in the past couple of days, so I've heard. I've heard there's some unrelated drama. There's basically like a lot of drama farming going. But I don't know, none of that matters to me. President Sunday was correct in his initial claims, which is that it's ridiculously irresponsible to have a admin and mod threaten your community and members of your community and to just like look the other way. That is a very, very irresponsible decision. And it makes sense that the mods have completely jumped ship and there's basically no mods left. Last I checked over at Chud Logic, unless they've added new mods, which new mods I think should probably be aware that there's somebody who has threatened the mod team multiple times still in a position of power. Yeah. It's pretty straightforward. I don't know, I just think that's pretty straightforward. That's like, to me, that's like non-political, non-whatever. That's just straightforward. You cannot have an admin threatening people in that way. That is a massive, unbelievable liability, and every member of the community is right to be pissed off about that. And they should be. Yeah, so, yeah, that's just the way I look at it. We do have a very, very good mod team, in my opinion, so. It feels weird how there's a lot of lefty drama going on right now, but none of it involves you or Walsh. Yeah, almost like, I don't know, people are, I don't know. People are afraid of dealing with, you know, I don't know, us, I guess. Mods rise up. Well, mods, you don't rise up now because, yes, I did. Don't worry. We're going to be talking about that, Pansabi. Don't you worry. I watched Oldboy, the Korean version. It was mid as fucked. I spotted the plot twist almost immediately. That movie is not about the plot twist. That movie is not a movie about the plot twist. What do you mean is mid as fuck? That movie is about as stylish as it comes. It has incredible cinematography, a great soundtrack, amazing acting, and it's fucking bonkers. The fight scenes in that movie are beyond the pale. The fight scenes are so good, it's unbelievable. I don't know how you can say Oldboy is mid unless your entire definition of a good movie is I didn't predict the ending. It was still mid? Okay. Tips about buying frames for glasses? I have no tips for that. I honestly, I just go by vibes. The hallway fight scene is so incredible. It's one of the best ever. Oh yes, I heard about that, Pansabi. Pansabi says, DJ Mule went private on Twitter after getting into a number of embarrassing Twitter slap fights which were critical of his Zan essay. Just so you guys know, first of all, remember this, okay? Take a second, listen up. Fucking listen, imps, okay? Just fucking listen, all right? I was the first one to react to that garbage. That's right, me. Once again, just remember that. Everyone forgets, but it was I who called that shit first, okay? Just so we know, just so that some credit where credit is due, okay? Secondly, that video, that DJ Mule Zan takedown, quote unquote, was so universally panned. It is unbelievable how many people actually dislike that. Basically everyone who isn't a literal direct friend of DJ Mule has torn that video to shreds. It was really, really bad, okay? Just, whew. Yeah, the VOD got shot down because of some memes we looked at. Yeah, I've seen people who hate Zan. Yes, even people who hate Zan said that it was garbage. You debated Atheist Mando says, I debated a Zionist and they called me anti-Semitic for saying that ethnicities and racial lines are completely pointless and arbitrary. They took that as an attack. Am I in the wrong? I wouldn't say they're completely pointless, but they are arbitrary. I understand why some people cling to certain ethnic lines because of persecution in the past, and so therefore they're not meaningless. They can't be written off entirely, but I don't think you were in the wrong, no. Oh, yeah, Louis Boy, Zenny.com. Look up Zenny.com. That's the cheapest place to get frames. In my opinion, they're the best. It's so cheap that it's really great. Oh yeah, this is unironic though. This is so true. This is a good meme. I like this one. Perchance milady enjoys water sports after he's pissing himself in public. This is what I was talking about just a little bit ago. Before I showed off the stuffed animals, I was talking about how a lot of people think that if you get your 15 minutes of fame on the internet, no matter what you gotta do, they think that no matter what you do, if you get 15 minutes of fame, you're just gonna succeed. But that's not how it works. It's never worked that way. Usually things that go viral, like going viral is like winning the lottery, first of all. And secondly, even if you go viral, tons of people can't follow up on virality. Tons and tons of people can never follow up on that because they just don't have what it takes to make it last, you know? Yeah. So yeah, that's just true. Pissing yourself in public is rarely worth it unless you're really into that sort of thing, I guess, and that's between you and God. Morg Absolute says, thank you for your BPD video from way back, helping me through a bad stretch with it right now. You're very welcome. I was just speaking very honestly about something I've dealt with in my life. Oh my God, this is so good, Uncle Gumball, what the fuck? This is so good. The Demon Mama sex cult has gone too far. Oh my God, these are so good. I'm retweeting this. Excellent, excellent work. What an incredible meme. Fan-fucking-tastic. That's very, very good. Well done, Uncle Gumball. Good fucking meme. Beautiful, honestly. Oh. You know, I've received a lot of negative feedback recently. Specifically, by the way, over the 9/11 meme that I did. And I wanted to talk about that real quick before we do like the heart of today's content. So we're gonna do this. I want to do like a dummy's explanation of my 9/11 joke because a lot of people pretended to be very angry about my 9/11 joke, and I mean a lot. Most of them complete and utter losers. But I just want to explain something real quick, okay? Ready? Ready? Here we go. This is the joke. I'm gonna read it out, all right? I remember 9/11 like it was yesterday. On the PC, jacking it to adult DVD rips from LimeWire, feeling frisky, checking out Clown Creams 2 when the news blared out, spinning my chair in shock. I couldn't stop. I came to the second plane hitting the tower. Now I'll never forget. Now, this is a raunchy, but in my opinion, I think it's kind of funny. I think it's like a remix of the old 4chan green posts, green text posts where they talk about they're like jacking it on the computer and then their sister comes in or their mom comes in and the joke is that they came while looking at their family member and they feel horrible about that even though they were watching something else on their computer, that sort of thing. It's it's a joke about that. And the joke is making fun of a imaginary person, but a person who is similar enough to a real type of person, which is the type of people who pretend to be hyper-patriots on 9/11. People who are like, I always stand for the flag, and then the rest of the year, they're not patriots at all. They're just super patriotic when they can get the most. It's making fun of virtue signalers. Now, a lot of people in the quote retweets. Now, keep in mind, this tweet was very well liked. As you can tell, I got nearly 1,000 likes on this. That's a huge portion of my audience. I have a pretty small Twitter following, all things considered. A lot of people liked this joke. They thought it was funny. A handful of people got very mad, and I say they pretended to be very mad because I know that a lot of these people regularly consume or make significantly edgier jokes, but they don't like it when I do it. See? And also, they didn't understand the joke. See, and I think a lot of that was intentional, that they are intentionally misunderstanding the joke. See, what a lot of people said was like, oh, you're being so edgy, you're mocking a tragedy. How disgusting. I can't believe you would mock a tragedy. And that's the funny thing, because because I never mock the tragedy in here. I don't make, this isn't an image like drawing like a face over a picture of the Twin Towers. It's not me making fun of people dying in any way. The joke is about a bozo person, a goofy made up person that I'm self-inserting as here, jacking off and then not being able to stop themselves from coming when they're looking at something bad. It's that simple. But people want to pretend that that was like me mocking the tragedy. Keep in mind, they don't actually care about the tragedy. They're doing the same thing that everybody, that of the people that I'm making fun of in here, which is they're like super patriotic. Oh my God, I'm super offended about this thing that happened 21 years ago, that happened before I was even born. But again, my joke wasn't making fun of the tragedy. My joke was making fun of people who still jerk themselves raw about how patriotic they are, and how they'll never forget what happened that day. And keep in mind, everybody, that the context of 9/11 is that, as we talked about in my stream the other day, we watched all those 9/11 songs. The post 9/11 period of America has been one of the most deranged and horrifying periods of American history. We literally killed like 1 million people, close to 1 million people in the war on terror, which was started because of the American reaction to 9/11. So I'm just saying, like, it's these people, I know that everyone in my audience here knows this, but I just wanted to say it and explain for anyone who might be straggling out there, who doesn't understand how jokes are structured, or who doesn't know how to like comprehend language in like a sentence format, that this joke was targeting, I mean, it's in the text of the joke. The target is in the text of the joke. The person being made fun of is the jerker. That's the person who's being joked at, not the tragedy itself. Now, you could say that maybe I'm being generally disrespectful to the memory of an event that justified a war, a worldwide war that killed nearly 1 million innocent people. And you could argue that like that act in and of itself is like disrespectful to America, but I don't give a shit about that, because I don't care about the feelings of people who will jerk themselves raw about a tragedy and then literally not give a fucking shit when, you know, we just, you know, glass other nations in the name of patriotism, who will literally just forget that we had months in the middle of COVID where people were, where a 9/11 was happening every single day in deaths, and they didn't give a fucking shit. So pardon me if I'm a little bit, you know, if I'm a little bit jaded and I don't really believe that most of these people actually give a shit. So yeah, just, you know, just so you all know. Yeah, I'm sure it is disrespectful, but it's disrespectful in like a very roundabout way. Yeah. We're all living with the after effects of horrible decisions that were taken during that time period. You have every right to say whatever you want on the topic. I agree. Now, some people, by the way, there were a handful of people who were saying I was a hypocrite. And I want to explain the reasoning, and I want you guys to really grok how insane this reasoning is, okay? There was a faction of people who said that I was hypocritical because I didn't like it when people directly made fun of my partner when my partner had a suicide attempt like over a year ago. And I was sitting there going, is this real? Are you real right now? Are you being serious right now? Me mocking a made up person in a joke that isn't making fun of a tragedy, but that at best could be considered disrespectful. You directly by name targeting someone who just had a suicide attempt, who didn't do anything against you. You just don't like them because somebody that you watch doesn't like them. Can I get some, like, am I insane here? Or is there a very obvious, very clear difference between those two things? Because let me tell you, that almost every person who had a problem with this tried to say I was being hypocritical because of that. Which to me, I'm like, the difference is a joke that is loosely about an event that happened 21 years ago, not making fun of the victims of that event, but instead making fun of people who still milk themselves raw over that event, versus a joke that is directly targeting and bullying someone in the wake of a suicide attempt. I think that's pretty fucking fair, right? Yeah? Pretty fucking fair, right? That's pretty fair to see the difference there and claim that there's a difference. At least I think so. You know, but I don't know. Maybe these people are truly, genuinely traumatized from an event that happened before they were born, that they didn't really care about any other time, but that they conveniently are very traumatized about when they need to virtue signal at me on the internet. But I guess that's just what I should come to expect on the internet. It is a dementing experience. It's a dementing experience becoming a public figure. And realizing that there are droves, there are literal hordes of people who literally do not give a flying fuck about consistency. They don't give a flying fuck about the truth. They don't give a flying fuck about the facts of a situation. They just are very angry, and they have chosen you as the recipient of that anger. Yeah. Yep. Nuts posting? What's nuts posting? What did I do that was nuts posting? Whatever. I bet it was good. If I did it, it's probably good. People of all ages are on the internet, fool. I remember 9/11 clearly. You are just as angry. Wait, wait a second, hold on. Chris Robinson, in YouTube chat, can you tell me what I'm angry about, and can you elucidate to me what you think I'm angry about? I would very, very much love to hear what you think I'm just as angry as people pretending to be mad about my tweet. Keep in mind that the main people, and I know this because I went and checked their accounts, the main people who were getting super, super mad at my tweet are people who regularly consume content that is so much edgier and so much, not even edgier, so much more fucking blatantly racist. Yeah. You are angry at something. I just got here. Oh. So you were speaking without knowing anything. So you're one of the people I'm talking about, really? Well, I'll teach you soon, mildly stoned cat. We're gonna talk about that in just a little bit. Yeah, well, I'm glad that you decided to stride in here, not knowing what was being talked about, and voice your opinion. Yeah. Incredible. Carry on with my outrage. Well, I wouldn't really define this as outrage. It was more like me explaining very, very, carefully why the people who were mad at my joke were either being dishonest or incredibly stupid, which they were. They were being one of those two things. Either they're too stupid to read and understand a joke and understand what a joke says. There is a type of person like that out there, by the way. A person who has convinced themselves that anything that is said with a smirk on your face like this is a joke, and that therefore all jokes, no matter what, are created equal. But the funny thing is, those people will it's really funny because those people will often like cite George Carlin and shit like that. But George Carlin, of all people, literally, like, he understood what jokes do and what jokes mean. Jokes aren't like, I mean, they're just like anything else in the world. They have a context and they say something. And what is said by the joke is actually important to the quality and the analysis of the joke, you know? So, yeah. People who get really super mad and there's a lot of people out there who basically think that all jokes are created equal until they get really mad at something, and then all of a sudden usually they go on a tirade about it. But the reality is that all jokes are not created equal. A joke, you know what it reminds me of? I know that this is a little rambly, but we're still in the opening hour, so you all can cope about it. You can cope with me rambling about it. It reminds me of that kid that everybody knew at school, that kid who would like smack you in the head or throw something at you or scare you when you were coming out of the bathroom stall, and then they would say, "It's just a joke, bro. It's just a joke. It's just a fucking joke, bro. It's a joke. It's a prank. Why are you mad? Why are you mad? It's just a joke." Or they would call you like a faggot or whatever, and then you'd be like, "What the fuck?" And then they would be like, "It's just a joke, bro. It's just a joke." Or they would make fun of your like uncle dying of cancer when your uncle just died of cancer, and you're like, "That really bothered me." And like, "It's just a joke, bro. It's just a fucking joke." So, yeah. Anyway. Jokes are a work of art like any other. They say things, they mean things, and yes, while there are jokes that are ambiguous, and you might not be able to analyze every joke with perfect accuracy, some are pretty straightforward. They really are. Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't need to go into specifics. I'm really trying to avoid talking about specific people on Twitter anymore, because it's just stupid. Stunlock, politics win. This isn't a stunlock. A driver, if you don't know, the first hour of my stream is the cozy hour. This is when I talk about whatever the hell I want to talk about. It's when I ramble. It's when I share my feelings. It's when I share my my day, the stuff that I've been doing lately. It's the cozy hour. Yeah, it's the chill hour. So don't worry, it's not a stunlock. A stunlock is what's gonna happen in about 15 minutes when I start doing the core content, and then one of you says something that makes me mad. That will be a stunlock. But this isn't a stunlock. This is us getting comfy and, you know, squishing up the pillows, you know, puffing them up, etc., etc. I did see that, Alora. I didn't have a chance to respond because I've been crazy busy today. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Prasadis John. Do you have any advice for this ducky who's a really small creator? Well, it's really hard to give advice because everybody's life is different and everybody's trajectory is going to be different, and there's a lot of luck involved. But like anything, any game of chance, you want to minimize the chance when possible. So one of the best things you can do is make a lot of content. Obviously, like, don't half-ass it, but keep making stuff. Don't keep putting things off because it's not perfect yet. Make it. Make a thing, put a thing out there, and you're gonna start gathering, you know, people near you if you're good at it, and just keep trying to learn. Those are the two most important things, is like, recognize that like streaming and content creation is a process of constant learning. You will constantly be learning new tools. You will constantly be having to make changes to your setup. You will be doing a lot of off-screen work, but also that you just need to kind of put stuff out there. My early streams were not very high quality, but I practiced a lot, and you learn way, way more than you think from doing like a shitty stream and thinking about it and reflecting on it and learning from it. You just learn a lot. So that's really important. Yeah, that's my advice. That's the best advice I have. And also try not to define yourself by anyone else's content. Like don't try to like be like the waiting room channels, because that's there's only room for one of those for each content creator, basically, and it's not a path to success. It just simply isn't. Is there a new Walsh meme? Listen, I think Walsh has been on fire lately. I just gotta say, I think Walsh has been on fire lately. I gotta shout out something good for Walsh, all right? Listen, everybody, here's me saying something really nice about Walsh. He did a AMA on the politics Discord really recently. It was so funny. Holy shit, that was one of the funniest segments. I watched like the whole 4-hour thing, and oh my God, it was really good. It was like classic Walsh content. It was fucking hilarious. It was really good. He's making up for the bad theist takes. Whatever. Listen, everybody has a bad take every once in a while. I do think that I as you all know, I criticize that take, but I don't know. Walsh is a very varied creator, and he's really good at what he does. Hansabi says, I don't know why the meme of calling everyone a clone of everyone else became a thing when basically nobody notable in the streaming sphere is really like another. It's just because it hurts. They think it hurts. It's like, it stings your ego to be said that you're like a clone of somebody else. So people say that all the time, you know? Yeah. Yeah, it was, yeah, it's very interesting. But anyway, that Discord AMA was very good in my opinion. Oh no. Not again. Not this stuff. Oh, we're gonna talk about the Little Mermaid, okay? But that's not until a little bit, all right? I am version 3.0, the ultimate version. I can't consistently watch Walsh anymore, but he has some bangers. He does have some bangers. I don't consistently watch anybody anymore, ever since I became a streamer. Yeah. Look at it. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty... Well, I'm gonna look at this when we get to that segment, so I'll put it aside and we'll talk about it, all right? Don't worry, I'll get to it. You can even send it to me again if I start to forget. I will look at it. I did look at it, and it looks, I'm glad you turned up the fucking brightness, because we're gonna talk about that. Yeah. OG Little Mermaid was my favorite Disney movie as a kid. Yeah, I really liked it when I was a kid too. I'm sure that comes as no surprise. I loved The Little Mermaid when I was a kid. Yeah. There's another thing that I was going to talk about before we got into the bulk of this. Oh yeah, I forgot. I haven't shown off the inscription cards yet. I'll do that next gaming stream, I guess. Ratatouille's pretty good, but that's such a zoomer answer. Saying that like Ratatouille is the best Disney film is like I don't know. It's just a zoomer answer, that's all. It beats them all. I mean, I do like it. I do like Ratatouille, but like, I don't know. King Triton is one of the scariest Disney characters. Still not as scary as Frollo, but still pretty scary. Yeah, I do agree. I do agree King Triton. Like, King Triton is like a dad with unbelievable power and an incredible anger problem. I will agree that he is a very scary character. I do think that Frollo is probably the scariest of the Disney characters. Yeah, he's pretty He's pretty concerning. And pretty spooky. And also he has a very, Frollo has a very human flaw. He's a very human villain, and that's part of what makes him scary. A Bug's Life was fine. It's just, it's been so long since I've seen A Bug's Life. Oh yeah, King Triton is an abusive dad, like no doubt about that. Yeah, it's no good. Up, is Emo the best Disney movie because it was super relatable? I don't know if Up is the best, but I do like Up. I think Up is one of those movies, it's like a tearjerker. Up always makes me cry. Nightmare Before Christmas is Disney. That's true, it was. Well, I don't even, I think it goes beyond that. King Triton wasn't just controlling. He literally destroyed all of his daughter's most precious possessions. Like, he fucking blew up all her shit with magic. He used his ultimate weapon, the weapon that lets him rule the sea. He shot it around at his daughter. That's like insane. The real world equivalent is like a dad going into a room and shooting a shotgun in the presence of like a daughter and blowing up all her stuff. Her stuff. It's pretty bad. I know that, like, yeah. Did I say shotgun? What did I say? Did I say something wrong? Yeah, like a shotgun. Just going into the room and just blasting everything. It's pretty rough. He didn't just tear down her BTS poster. It's more like he went into her room and shot her laptop and all of her stuffed animals and her bed and all that shit. Yeah, shotgun to the Xbox. Absolutely absurd. I mean, I know that, like, it's a cartoon, so people tone it down, but it's pretty fucked up. Yeah. Not the stuffed animals. Aaron Lopez, I sure hope you never have a parent kick down the door to your room and blow up all your shit with a gun. I really hope that never happens to you. You seem very edgy and strong. You seem like a very brave individual. I just hope it never happens to you. That would be sucked. That would be sucky. Oh boy. Oh. Well, I hope it never happens, Emu Anon. I really hope it doesn't. Atlantis and Treasure Planet are the best Disney movies. I should do like a Disney movie tier list. That would be fun. We could do that at some point. Didn't someone throw out my Yu-Gi-Oh cards? No, not my Yu-Gi-Oh cards. My partner got my ex-partner got her Yu-Gi-Oh cards destroyed, like burnt. And that was pretty bad, but not mine. No, I didn't, my Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I never got rid of mine. I gave them to my partner. I gave them to my sibling, I mean, not my partner, my sibling. It was my ex. Like, my parents were an interesting situation, and I grew up in a cult, and there's all that, but my parents never destroyed my shit in that way. Yeah. Treasure Planet is very good. Also, Treasure Planet has a fucking banger soundtrack, and also a really interesting a bunch of really interesting character dynamics, like the dynamic between the pirate captain and the main character is like it's like an adoptive father, but he's not like a good dad, and he doesn't really try to be a dad. He's like trying to get treasure because he's a pirate, and it's really complicated, and it's also really good. Yeah. So, yeah. Are we live? Yes, we're live. Of course we're live. I realized that I wish YouTube was more clear with premieres, because we always default. YouTube wants us to do premieres for all of our videos, but they should put like a thing, like a thing that says premiere more clearly, because sometimes people think I'm streaming when we're doing a premiere, because it is it does use the it uses the live chat. It lets you chat. Anyway, whatever. None of this really is all that important. But I am live, yes. This is live. This is live right now. That's up to you, Lucy. I can't make those decisions for you. But we're going to talk about it real soon. Prosy Rosie asks, do you think being in a cult shaped your view on religion? Abso-fucking-lutely. There is no possible way that, there is no way, it would be absurd for me to not say that being in a cult shaped my view of religion. Being in a cult, growing up in a cult it shaped my entire life, to be completely honest. Yeah, it was really difficult, and it added I don't know, like, I've talked about it. I did a whole video on it, my spiritual deconstruction, which should be there. There you go. If anybody hasn't seen that video, click on it, add it to the list. It's a little out of date, and I've wanted to do a second pass on my spiritual deconstruction. Since it's been a couple years since I originally did that video, but that video I'm still very, very proud of. Yeah, I do need to do the Monster Hunter tier list at some point, but I'm gonna have to like get back into that. Oh, the link here. Oh, sorry, for the YouTube people. Sorry, it doesn't do the command over there. Here you go. Here's the link to the thing. If you haven't seen this, I linked it in both chats. Go ahead and click that link and add it to your watch later. I'm telling you, you won't regret it. It's me telling the whole story of me growing up in a cult and how that worked out. And I don't really, I talk about religion as a whole, but it's mostly just my story, my very personal story and my very personal thoughts about what it was like growing up in a cult and all of that. Yo, that's fucking awesome, Elak Kaval. Mechanical keyboards are next level. I would never go back to anything other than a mechanical keyboard. They really are the best. What was I gonna say? I wanted to finish real quick before we go into the core of the content of today. I wanted to finish talking about the religion thing. Religion, growing up religious didn't just like impact my like the course of my life. It didn't just impact the course of my like views on religion. It also affected the way that I think about things, because I had to go from, I basically have lived I don't know how to describe this, but I've basically lived two very different lives. I've lived with a worldview that is wholly mystical, that is wholly spiritual. When I was young, I was a 100% believer. I was born, raised, and very, very much convinced. I was a 100% believer. And as a result, I had a very mystical and spiritual view of the world. And as a result, now, of course, having walked away from that, having sort of rebuilt and reanalyzed from literally square one and reanalyzed the world and the way that I don't know, deliberately gone through and challenged the way that I think about things and the way that I process information, the way that I find truth. It has given me a lot of insights into a lot of different things. And of course it has affected my view on religion as a whole, though I have, as time goes on, I have grown quite a lot in my analysis, and I've also come to realize, obviously, I talked about this many times, although this has always kind of been the case, I've come to acknowledge that most religion doesn't function exactly the same way as the one that I grew up in does. So there's a lot of variety, and I don't know, religion is a big topic, is what I'm basically saying. Amazing that you're still open to spirituality after your upbringing, hella resilient. Yeah. Thank you, I appreciate that. I am, of course, open to ideas of spirituality. In fact, I would say that there are aspects of my life that are very spiritual in a certain way. I don't know how to explain it. It's like, honestly, the way that me and TJ talked about it, where it's like how you process mystery, how you process the unknown, how you process the unknowable, is where you get into what I consider to be like spirituality. And I do think it's important to, it's valuable to everyone to be able to process this, not just because it helps you understand other people, but because it helps you to understand yourself more. When you acknowledge, when you can recognize that there are many different ways of looking at issues, there are many, not just different perspectives, but entirely different approaches to how a issue is solved or how an issue is analyzed. It really opens your mind and makes you, I think, a smarter person. Did I have a conversation with TJ? I've had 2 conversations with TJ. As long as your spirituality doesn't lead you to believing things without evidence, that's good. I would generally agree, though I will say that most people believe most things without any evidence, or hard evidence at all. I mean, everybody uses, they all have reasons and they have evidence, but evidence is a very broad thing, and how you classify evidence in and of itself is subject to a lot of biases. So while I do agree that I do agree that it's important to seek truth and to do so in an effective manner. Seeking truth isn't so simple as just having evidence, because even Christians have evidence. Christians have an entire branch of theology which is called apologetics, and that is them basically building evidence for their worldview. Eli Kaval says, my first course at college is all about how do we know what we know, and we're looking into stuff like epistemology, the scientific methods, sociology, poetry, all of that. It's very exciting, but the amount of people struggling with these ideas kind of alarms me. Well, it's very hard. We do not teach critical thinking. We do not teach critical analysis in school very early. I would say there's some ideological reasons for that. We'll not get into that right now. We'll talk about that another time. But yeah. Yeah. And keep in mind, there are limits to this. I said this before in my analysis of the anti-theism conversation, but let me just bring this again. Let me just bring this up again real quick, because I think some of you might find this valuable. If you imagine, maybe you are a trans person, okay? Imagine you're trans or gay, okay? Any of those things, either one will work, okay? I want you to imagine that, and I want to imagine you're sent 150 years into the past, okay? How on earth would you ever prove to anyone how would you ever prove to anyone that your claim to being trans is legitimate? And the answer is, you couldn't. For all intents and purposes, you would be insane. You would be considered insane by them, and people were. And that wouldn't have been correct, by the way. People would have been wrong to conclude you were insane, even though you had no hard evidence for your position. Being trans is falsifiable, though. It wasn't 150 years ago. There was no existing technology. There was no existing evidence that could have proven that and honestly, you can't even really do it now. We don't actually have a way of truly falsifying whether or not you're trans. It's an experiential question. The only answer there is to acknowledge, well, yes, maybe this could be a thing, and maybe somebody still deserves kindness and to be a part of society, even if they're different. Even if they believe in something that might not be 100% verifiable. Just because okay. Red all theory, though. What if tomorrow a new telescope is built that verifies that there is an entity that is influencing and controlling life on Earth? We don't have the technology to do such a thing right now. But what if it happened? Then it would be falsifiable that a God exists. Now, I will agree that the Christian God is logically, well, but you wait, Red all theory, you missed it. See, you've made a critical error. Until then, you shouldn't believe in things without evidence. Well, then I guess trans people shouldn't be trans, right? Because they can't prove it. I just don't think that's I just don't think that that's an accurate way of going about things. I think that there are claims that are claims to truth that do not have to be empirically provable in the traditional sense. Being trans is a claim of identity. That isn't something that anyone else can measure. That doesn't make identity non-falsifiable. Identity is, I don't know if it's non-falsifiable. I don't know. That there might be, I don't know. That's a tough question. Regardless, it doesn't really matter if it's falsifiable, right? Because the claim to identity is a category that we created, that we say it's fine. Even if there was an entity, wouldn't Christians still have to prove it's a Christian God? Well, yeah, but that's a different question. That's a different question. A very different question. True, you just need to be a big enough badass. Yeah, of course. Here's a great example. By the way, badass. Let's just take a look at this. 3 November 1889, Mexican revolutionary Emilio Robles Avila was born. Assigned female at birth, but later lived as a man and insisted on being treated as such. He fought alongside Emiliano Zapata, delivering weapons and extorting money from oil companies. Based. And then I believe, wait, does it say below? Yeah, he would shoot people who disagreed. If anybody misgendered him, he would just shoot them. Like, he literally was known for killing multiple people who misgendered him. Now, to be fair, in 1889, it would have been impossible, would have been completely impossible for him to make any sort of empirical claim about being trans. He just had to make the Chad claim that it doesn't matter, that the empirical truth of it doesn't matter, because for all intents and purposes, he has every right to be considered a man. That's pretty messed up. No, that's pretty based. If you're a trans person and you were born in the past and everybody tried to mistreat you just because you expressed yourself differently, you're based if you fucking killed people who did that to you. Sorry, it's just based. Shooting people over words? I don't think it's just over words. That seems like pretty serious. If somebody disrespects your identity to that degree, yeah, I think it's based. You shouldn't really believe that praying for something equals a medical operation. That's true, but there's a case you can be made. There's multiple cases that you can make about that. You can actually make, by the way, Somniostatic, did you know that it's possible to make a theistic argument against the substitution of prayer for a medical operation? Okay, I'll take a look at this video. Maybe I'll put it on my list. Exploring the queer history of the Old West. That's poggers. Oh, yeah, guys, come on. Don't fucking give me this shit. You fucking snowflakes in chat who are like, oh, shooting people is bad. It was the fucking Wild West. Do you guys remember what happened in the Wild West? Do you know what the time was like in the Wild West? Do you know what it was like to be Mexican in the Wild West, let alone trans? Fuck off. Suck my cock. Holy shit. Absolutely embarrassing. Oh my God, how embarrassing. You people are such fucking... By the way, I know for a fact that you all have cum your pants over some fucking guy doing something badass like that, but because they're trans, you're gonna be like, ooh, it's so... Ooh, don't shoot people over being hateful bigots. Cry harder. The Old West was not accurately depicted in movies. Is this gonna be tonight? Is this what tonight? Now this is a stunlock, by the way. This is a stunlock because I intended to start talking about something different, and now we're getting stunlocked over the Wild West, okay? Holy motherfucking God. I never said it was like a movie. Do I need to do like do you want me to go and just look up Wikipedia cited Wikipedia articles about the amount of Native American murdering that went on, the amount of anti-brown murdering that went on? Do you want me to like, are you guys for real? People are being contrarian because there's a bunch of like, I don't know, whiny losers in chat who are like, ooh, oh, I hate it when a trans person expresses any level of strength. Ooh, I would cheer for other people who do this, but oh, when it's a trans person, I get mad. Ooh, I'm so triggered. Yeah, there's a massive double standard. Keep in mind, these people are like, we should, you know, half the time the people who are mad at shit like this are like, yeah, you know, we really ought to, you know, dueling was based. You know, I'm a believer in state society, which demands the death of anybody who's conquered by the state. And then they're like, ooh. Wild West, yeah, Wild West history, mama. Yeah, that'd be good. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should do one where we just go through all of the atrocities that white people did in the fucking Wild West and just go, yeah, you know what? It's actually worse than the movies. Again, just people just being really whiny and embarrassing. Yeah, exactly. Killjoy says, seriously, in the Wild West in 1889, they would lynch you for being brown. So yeah, if you shoot a motherfucker for being a bigot, fair game. Fucking fair goddamn game. No, History Mama is a segment I haven't done in a while. I have a bunch of stuff prepped for History Mama, and I just haven't put it together because it takes a lot of work. That started way before the 1800s. That's called colonialism, not the Wild West. What are you even talking about? What are you even talking about? Are you listening at all? What does that have to do with anything? It was still going on in the 1800s, so you still have a right to blast a bigot in a time where if your skin color is the wrong color, you're likely to get lynched. Most of the time people talk about the Wild West intraspecific combat between white cowboys, but was I doing that? I wasn't. You gotta listen. Don't just make up a person. Listen to my words. You're watching me. Wild South. Oh my God. Just people having, it's the pancake waffles thing. Just people having a totally ass different conversation, which is all right. It's okay. With a big iron on his hip. That's what I'm thinking of, all right? I guess you don't remember things after you say them. What are you talking about? I think I'm a couple minutes behind. It sounds like you're a couple minutes behind. Theremin Trees has a Demon Mama. Theremin Trees has a good video titled Respecting Beliefs, where he demonstrates how non-harmful religions are still harmful. I highly recommend it if you want to challenge your positions. Yeah, you know what? Maybe we will react to that. Maybe we'll react to it and I'll share my thoughts on it. How long is it? I don't know anything about Theremin Trees. Let me look at it. Right? Let's take a look. Respecting beliefs. Why we should do no such things. Well, see, my position isn't that you should respect all beliefs. or even respect a lot of beliefs. I don't respect a lot of beliefs, but that doesn't mean that we can't understand them, and that doesn't mean that there aren't lines to what we can make claims about. There are lots of lines about things that we can make claims about, but this video is pretty short. We could react to it. Bisexual Kaiju says, I have so many skepticisms about anti-theistic, anti-religious critiques because too often they're mired in Christ-centrism, Western chauvinism. I agree. That's a big problem that I have. Yeah, we could watch this. Maybe. I'm just saying the Wild West wasn't the cause. I never said it was. I never made that claim. Okay, good. I'm glad that we're making progress here. We're building bridges, okay? We're building bridges, all right? Bridges are being built, connections are being made, brains are growing in chat right now. By the way, there's a lot of you watching right now, almost 300 of you, which is so fucking pog. I love my imps, my lovely imps, new and old. If you're here, press the like button and consider coming over to my website, demonmama.com/live. That's where this chat is, and you get access to a ton of free, unique emojis and some of the coolest people on the web. So consider that and press like. I'll end the stunlock with this question. Would you say it's base for a trans person to kill someone today for misgendering them? Not today, federales. Not today, federales. That's for you to decide, my lovely viewers. You have to grapple. All I can do is offer interesting conversations. It's up to you to come to moral conclusions. Some people seem like they're too scared. Someone says they're too scared to leave the safety of YouTube chat. Well, I get it. Corvos, thank you very much for the tier 2 sub. Deeply appreciate the support. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's all good, Ornate Letter. I never get too mad about it. I sometimes, you know, I'm a streamer, so I react, and I never really get all that mad most of the time. If you're still in my chat, I'm not that mad at you. That's just how it goes. But yes, site chat is incredibly cozy. It is the coziest place to be. It's amazing. But I understand that YouTube chat is comfy for a lot of people because the website's mobile is not the best right now. The mobile chat is not perfect. Watching on mobile is great. Chatting on mobile is not as good as it could be, but it's getting there. And there's lots of improvements coming in the pipeline for the website. So that's very exciting. But yeah. Chatting on mobile kind of sucks. Yeah, it kind of does. But you know, yeah, it's on phone. People have problems on phone. That's okay. But we will be, there will be improvements coming as time comes on. It's just, you know, it's kind of small. There's no retract feature in live chat. True. No retract, Reno. You get caught there. You know what's weird? Do we have a, wait, hold on a second. I have a weird thing. I just realized something, which is, okay, we do have the Pepe. I'm glad. I thought that I had accidentally deleted the Pepe emote, but I needed to test it there. We do have the Pepe. It's still called Pepe. It's the only real reference. Well, Pompo and the Pepe emote is the only direct reference, besides some of these Pepes being like recolors. But we don't actually have direct ones. Oh, I agree, Yokai, and I think it will be. We have an incredibly original lineup of emotes. We only have a handful of the original Twitch emotes. Like, for example, we have the crying baby, the knife. We have the not like this. We have those ones. But we don't have a whole lot. We have Resident Sleeper, but it's called Sleepy in ours. But yeah, we don't have too many left. I'm very happy with the state of affairs in site chat emotes wise. No, not right now, Lucy. No offense, but I can't just take open emotes. The emotes, I'm very picky about my emotes. My emotes need to match my visual appearance as well as possible. So I'm very picky about emotes. So if you ever decide to make an emote, now memes, holy shit, please make Demon Mama memes and please post them on the Discord and anywhere basically that you make them. I love memes, but if you're thinking about making an emote, please make sure to talk about me, not about me. Please make sure to talk to me first, because I'm very picky and I don't want you to waste time like making something that I can't use. That would make me feel really bad. It's nothing personal. I love people's art. I'm just very picky about emotes. It's just how I am. Yeah. What the? What? It is a lobster. I never noticed that. That's weird. Yeah, you can talk mad shit about me. I don't really care. That's fine. We'll probably have a new emote or two in the near future. We did get some new ones. The newest emotes are the, obviously the Wiggler is brand new. The Wiggler is new. That's the popcorn is new. And the other one that's new is the popcorn's new, the Wiggler's new, and why am I blanking on the other new one? Can't remember the other new one. Oh, the dunce. The dunce. Telling offline VGG to watch Demon Mom and being told, shut up, retard? That's not nice. That's not nice at all. You should tell them that wasn't nice, and tell them that Demon Mama says that wasn't very nice. There you go. It's a message you can deliver to them. And also tell them they're coping. That's all. You got to go to the doctor. Oh my God. Well, please go get the help you need. My goodness. We're going to talk about male socialization discourse. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? But before we do that, we're going to listen to a little song because I want a little breakup. I want a little thing to break up. So let's listen to a song first, okay? This is a cover. Oh shit, wait, this is on Spotify. I can't listen to this. Never mind. Hold on, I need to listen to a smaller cover. We can't listen to that one because that's like official. We need like a different one. Wait, this is an Irish folk cover? All right, we're listening to this one. Here we go. That's awesome. This is so good. Beautiful.
And you see the things they never see. All you wanted I could be.
you, Lanago.
Can you help
It's a handmade one.
They can't break me as long as I know who I am. And I want a moment to be real. Wanna touch things I don't feel. Wanna hold on and feel I belong. And how can the world want me to change? They're the ones that stay the same. They can't see me, but I'm still here. They can't tell me who to be. 'Cause I'm not what they see. Yeah, the world is still sleeping while I keep on dreaming for me. And their words are just whispers and lies that I'll never believe. And I want a moment to be real. Wanna touch things I don't feel. Wanna hold on and feel I belong. And how can they say I've never changed? They're the ones that stay the same. I'm the one now, 'cause I'm still here.
Thank you, Socialist Potato 123. Thank you very much.
'Cause I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here.
Beautiful. There. See, I wanted to end off the cozy segment. With something nice. Yeah? I think he is still here. I think he is. Well, yeah. Topic now, let's go. Well, we'll see. The twink from Treasure Planet cracked my egg. Fair. Very fair. Who is the artist? Here you go. There's the link right there. For anybody who wants to listen to that again, there's the link. The artist was, oh wait, shit, I just closed the window. But there you go. Hold on, I'll read out the artist name. The artist was Cole McGinnis Music on YouTube. Very good. Very, very good. Very enjoyable. So why don't they loop infinitely? Because it can, if chat is moving slow, it can look bad. I don't know. Also, having them loop infinitely means that it takes more memory on everybody's browser, including mine. Yeah, that's why animated emotes don't loop infinitely. Yeah, it's site bandwidth. Yeah. Rise of the Guardians. Wait, hold on. Rise of the Guardians. Wait, Rise of the Guardians is the, like, Jack Frost one, right? Anyway, whatever. All right, everybody. All right. All right. It's time. My lovely, lovely imps, it is time for the heart of today's content. The male socialization discourse. So, yeah, so I hope you're ready. Hope you're fucking ready. All right, the beating heart of what we're going to be talking about today is something that's been pissing me off. So, my lovely imps, for those of you who are watching live and for those of you who are catching this in the future, first off, please press the like button if you are, if you'd like to support the stream. We much love the likes. The likes help us a ton. You can wait and like, but it's better if you just like it now because I know you're going to like the video. And also subscribe, please, for the love of God. Today, we are going to be talking about the concept of male socialization. Now, you might hear that and you might go, what? That seems very broad. Well, what we're referring to today is let's call it a regional discourse, okay? So, trans people, there's a lot of discourse around, about, by, in between, from, for trans people on the internet. It's just how it goes. You know, people got to talk about their ideas. Some of this shit is really super toxic. Some of it isn't super toxic. And some of it becomes super toxic. And today we're going to be talking about one such topic, one such discourse that always becomes toxic. And I'm going to go through to the best of my ability and explain what people are talking about and also basically present my case on the topic, okay? So, first off, what do people mean in trans spaces? Oh yeah, if you're cis, please keep listening. Even if you are not trans, this section will be very, very valuable to you because as it turns out, discussing gender and coming to a deeper understanding of your gender is valuable for everyone, not just trans people, obviously. And cis people, there's a lot of this that applies to you as well. Anyway, within trans spaces, the concept of male socialization generally refers to the idea that because trans women, aka, people born male who transition to female throughout the course of their life, whether they use hormones or not, that trans women are, they experience male socialization. This is the claim. And when people refer to male socialization, it means that people treat you like you're a man, even if you're not. And that you therefore experience the experiences that are typical of men until you transition, at which point, things obviously change and your perception is changed. Now, this is a very, very interesting topic, and it also tends to be a very sensitive topic because, well, kind of for obvious reasons, right? First off, the implication that trans women are like sort of socially still men, even sometimes after they transition, or that they were socialized as men, can be and is rather hurtful. The idea being that you're not a real woman because you were socialized male. And I have a lot of issues with this idea. And there's a whole bunch of things that I want to talk about it. So we're gonna really I'm gonna really dig into it on this, and I'm gonna say some things that might piss some people off, okay? It's an interesting, yes, as Intentions Nasty in chat says, this is an interesting topic that turns bad in the wrong hands. Now, out of a sense of fairness, I am going to start by basically steel manning the male socialization position. So please be patient with me as I attempt to steel man a position that I don't really agree with, because I don't really believe in the idea of male socialization. And there's some reasons for that which we'll get into. But first, we're going to steel man it. So, male socialization. Are there things that, are there people who, trans people even, who find themselves with certain habits, certain behaviors, and certain experiences that differ heavily from, of course, cis people, but also from some other trans people? And I would argue that yes, there are certain people, and there are some people who do experience such a thing. And this conversation, of course, comes about for, generally, I would say, if I'm steel manning it, I want to say that the most of the people who are bringing this up in good faith are talking about things like imagine that you didn't know you're trans until you're 35, right? And you spent, your 20s, your teens, etc., essentially completely unaware that you were trans at all, outside of maybe your own internal things, and maybe you participated in a bunch of masculine typical behaviors. Maybe you were even successful, quote unquote, at sort of filling the role of a masculine role. Maybe you were, typically, maybe you were in a typically masculine field. Maybe you were in a, maybe you had, some benefits as a result of that. That is what most people are talking about. They're mostly trying to dig in and analyze, well, is it possible that somebody who transitions at a later point in their life, that there was a period in which they didn't know, in which to basically everyone else, they were functionally just another guy, at least from the exterior. And that's where like the good faith version of this comes from. The idea that, okay, well, we should think about this, right? Like, what if you know, we all know that like, dudes are taught in our society a lot of things. That there is a real thing called patriarchy. That patriarchy isn't really about men like literally ruling the world, although that is actually kind of true, how it pans out that men end up in positions of power, but that patriarchy discusses a way of looking at the world that puts the needs, the concerns, the interests of predominantly men first. Yeah, like Nuts says, Nuts brings up an example. Trans feminine people being tops comes from when they were boy moding and fucked cis women. Some people would believe that, and there might be even some truth in that. There might be something valuable to be gleaned from that, saying, maybe there are some things that I experienced when I was younger that affected me in this certain way. Maybe there are some habits that would be best unlearned, etc., etc. And like I said, in the best version of this discourse comes from an honest place of trying to basically grapple with the incredibly complex experience of being gendered at all. And when I say the term being gendered, I say that very deliberately because our society gives us and impresses upon us gender at every single aspect in ways that even trans people, even some trans people, lose track of. I mean, the most obvious example, one that everybody will recognize instantly, is every single time you walk into Target or Walmart or any store, basically, that there is a women's section with a bunch of clothes that are usually, you know, tend to be more bright colors, tend to be more flowy, tend to be way more varied, and also like have flowers, all kinds of things like that. And then there's a men's section, which has lots of like clean cut, sort of like boxier clothes, things that are less immediately about style, more like, oh, this is like a tough, you got a tough like cargo pants, or you got your suits, or you got your like windbreakers, things like that. Now, of course, we can all acknowledge that like this is not like all encompassing. Obviously, there's all kinds of variants, but that's the point. What I'm saying is that every store you walk into, at the very least, there is that line. There is a stark, noticeable line. You can even notice it without seeing the signs, because if you wander from one section into the other, everything changes. The way that it's being sold to you, the advertisements used, the people pictured, everything. Oh yeah, darker colors, less like varied colors. This is what we call it is impressed upon you. It is induced and oppressive. It's literally forced on you. Whether you fit into that binary or not, you're made to, because you have to buy clothes at a store, no matter whether or not you even, like, imagine this for just a second. Imagine you're an alien, just for 1 second, from another planet. Just pretend you're an alien and you arrive here and you're human in shape. The aliens look and act just like humans in basically every way, except on your planet, every human can wear whatever clothes they want. If you arrive on this planet and you go, well, I'm here, I'm gonna go into this store and buy some human clothes, and you go in and all of a sudden, you have to choose which side of the store you're gonna walk on. Even though in your culture, that doesn't exist, you can choose whatever clothes you want. That binary is being impressed upon you, and you have to engage with it because that's what the dominant society chooses. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense to everyone. Like I said, we're just doing a little thought experiment for a second. I'm giving you an example of how gender can be impressed upon us in a lot of ways, how a gender binary can be impressed upon us, and that it can, that diving into this can be a very valuable thing. So this ties back to, let's tie this back to the male socialization. The idea being that in our highly gendered, highly like forcibly enforced gender society, that when you appear externally to be male or to be female, that that there are certain expectations that are likely to be placed on you. There are certain things that are likely to be taught to you. There are certain social experiences that you're likely to engage with. So there's the steel-manned version of the idea of and the argument of male socialization. That essentially, if you are, sufficiently externally gendered masculine or gendered male very frequently, that you may, because of that experience, pick up. You may experience certain things, you may have certain outlooks taught to you and told to you, and you may be sort of channeled in a certain way, okay? But this is where the Steel Man segment ends, because I just wanted to make sure that I gave it a fair shake, because there's a lot of problems with this idea. And the reason why I even care to talk about it at all, on this particular subject is because I think that this topic is most frequently used in bad faith. That I don't think that most people are using this as a jumping off point to discuss about how we're all influenced by gender. Which I do think that there's some value there, right? Like I think there's some value from that. I've certainly gained lots of personal ideas from thinking about my own past. My past, I'm trans, for those who don't know. I'm trans feminine, it's kind of obvious, but yeah. But you know, I grew up in an incredibly gendered environment, and it has been very valuable for me to look back on that and go, hey, what were these things? How did I engage with them? What were my experiences? And like I said, though, most of the time, this concept of male socialization, this male socialization concept is not used like this at all. It's not used as a potential framework to analyze the history of your gender, to make you think deeper. It's not used like an academic tool. It's not used as a single frame of analysis. Instead, it begins to take this very strange shape where, to be frank, there are large groups of people that use the idea of male socialization to essentially be like, well, you know, you have to work off having been a man or having been gendered as a man for you know, until you're going to be accepted as a woman. And that's pretty fucked up. Not only is it like hurtful, but also it's just wrong. It's also like super essentialist. And so there's like a number of issues that are wrong with this concept that I think make it essentially a problematic framework when taken beyond a very simple like question, you know? And there's two angles that I kind of want to talk about to begin with. The first angle being, does male socialization exist for cis people? And the second angle being, does male socialization exist for trans people? And it gets really complicated, really fast, really fast. And this is part of the reason why I don't think this framework is super useful for general conversation, why I think it tends to be misused very frequently. So for cis people, is there such a thing as male socialization? And I think you could argue that at least to some degree, there is some concept of male socialization, especially in certain bubbles. But keep in mind that there are limits to this. For example, let me give you an example of this. Ready? A lot of you might be able to acknowledge that in America, a lot of cis guys have pretty problematic relationships to certain concepts. Like, for example, consent. There is, we know from pure statistics that our culture has an issue with teaching, masculine people in our society like good practices about consent, and part of that is simply because we live in a society that was heavily influenced by Christianity. Christianity is a highly patriarchal religion. It puts the needs and desires of men before basically anything, and also has a God that is, while not technically in the text, a man is certainly masculine, and many, many Christians do believe that God is functionally a man. So we can acknowledge that to a certain degree, there is some level of a social experience that is shared between many, many men. And I think that, of course, if I was to poll the cis men in my audience and ask whether they had been bullied, for example, for crying when they were younger, if that was something that I bet that most cis men would be able to say yes. Almost all of them in the audience would be able to say yes. So obviously, some level of male socialization does exist. Most men in American society are going to experience bullying for crying, for showing emotions, for things like that, for liking the wrong things. But that's but saying that is male socialization becomes problematic, because what if you grew up in a slightly different culture? There's lots of different cultures in America. There is no one monoculture, not even close. There are tons of different interpretations on masculinity, even within America. There are variations based on the city that you grow up in. There are variations based on the cultural background that your family has. There are variations based on the religion you grew up as, or whether you grew up religious at all. There are huge variances even in that experience. So while there is certain things that you can point to, and I will admit, I have pointed to these sorts of things. I've talked about these things in our society all the time, stuff that dudes tend to experience and tend to be told is okay. I hesitate to call that male socialization, because it's not really just about sex. It's a lot about role, and it's incredibly, incredibly punitive. And this is where we tie into part 2, to people who do not change their behavior. So, this is where the male socialization question becomes very, very complicated. Because for most cis men, obviously, being that they're cis men, they will not, or they don't have as much reason to challenge the gender roles that they're taught, because they're relatively comfortable in them. That's kind of what makes you a cis guy, is that you don't really have like necessarily a sense of gender dysphoria about your gender. Not that it doesn't exist, because I do believe it does. Even in cis people who aren't trans, who don't need to transition or don't want to transition, but they nonetheless have certain things. Or they have certain, things that chafe with the gender roles as they exist. Yeah, lots of people do, though. See, as Nuts says, I challenge them anyway. Lots of people do. Lots and lots of people do. And usually, they're very, very punished for this. Now, that changes the question pretty significantly, because keep in mind that, like, for trans people, okay, so, sorry, let me take a step back. For cis men, is there a concept? Is the idea of male socialization real? Obviously, depends on what you mean, but to a certain degree, there is some truth that's there. How far we can take that is very questionable. And I think it can be valuable to talk about insofar as it's analyzing the common experiences across many, many groups of men, but it has to be kept within its bounds. Like I said, because there's lots of men who challenge it without being trans necessarily, without identifying as being trans, and also who just come from different cultural backgrounds. Another great example. Think about the difference between male affection in like Greek families versus male affection in American families. And if you happen to grow up as an American in a Greek family, in a family that immigrated from Greece, you're going to have a very, very different perspective on intermale affection that's very different from most Americans. So this idea of male socialization, even for cis people, really starts to fall apart in a lot of ways. The idea that there is a universal male experience that can be applied to all people who have XY chromosomes, it starts to fall apart really, really quick. It just does. So then then we have to move to the question of, is it real for trans people? Let me just tell you this, okay? As I just explained, and as I just pointed out, I did a little tricky, you see? Because I asked the cis men in audience, the self-identified cis men in the audience, if there were certain things that they experienced, like, for example, being bullied for crying. And basically everyone said yes. Now imagine that, but just even multiplied by double or triple. And I'm telling you, trans people tend to have a lot more gender nonconformity by definition than cis people do. So the idea of male socialization, this idea that there is sort of universal factors of male experience that both cis and trans people would experience, really starts to fall apart when you start talking about trans people. Because for all of those times that cis guys get bullied for X thing that isn't standard, there is a number of things that are perfectly standard that you just happen by a roll of the dice to be okay with, and you never face any friction on that front. Because it's just something that comes naturally to you. For example, you know, if you tend to be a super masculine guy, you know, beard and strong and like to do hard work, even if you have, even if you don't agree with patriarchy, or even if you're very gender, you know, you're very digging into gender and digging into it and trying to think about it, chances are, just by pure chance of you liking those things and falling into that role well, you're gonna have less friction. But trans people, specifically people who identify as trans femmes, do not have that same experience. Everything about who they are, especially if they're feminine enough that they would pursue transition, or at least they feel feminine enough and attached to femininity enough that they would pursue transition, they're going to come up to an innumerable amount of walls and punishments, social punishments. And that was I can speak from my own experience, for example. I've spoken about this multiple times on my stream. I was made fun of for being a faggot. I was made fun of for being gay my entire life, even though I didn't know I was trans until I was about 20. And also, I wasn't interested in men at that time in my life. Not even a little. When I was younger, I wasn't really interested in anybody. I was a pretty quiet kid when I was younger. And so, despite that though, I was made fun of relentlessly for being effeminate in ways I didn't even understand at the time. I literally didn't even get it at the time. I just didn't get why people treated me so bad for the things that I did. And so I was never accepted among men, by and large. I was never accepted in male circles. And it's not because there weren't like masculine interests I had. There's a lot that I had. I mean, I'm a pretty heavy gamer. I went into film, which is a heavily man-dominated field. I was interested in science early on. All these things, but nonetheless, I can't even count the number of things. My family would get mad at me for things like the way that I held my hands, which apparently was like too princessy or something, and I would get mocked relentlessly for these things I couldn't even perceive of. So it's the inverse. While cis guys who are comfortable or relatively comfortable in their role of masculinity have all these things that just never have friction because of essentially chance, trans women have the opposite, which is that not only are you probably experiencing your own gender dysphoria on an internal level, aka like, I am not comfortable with the things that I'm told I need to do, but also on an external level, you're being punished perpetually for things you don't even know why. You don't even get it. So essentially, the question of, is male socialization real for trans people? The answer, of course, is also no. The male socialization isn't a universal experience for cis men, and it's certainly not for trans women who you know, may spend some portion of their life being externally identified as men. Because keep in mind that in our society, every deviance from the gender norm, from what is seen as, which is, of course, it's impossible to know. You literally, it's so hard to know all of the things that are gendered in our society. It is unbelievable. Colors are gendered. You know, can you imagine? Guys, just think about it. Think back to when you were in elementary school. If you were a dude, okay? Or maybe you knew a dude. If you're a woman, maybe you knew a dude who had like a purple thing like this, like a little purple thing. If you had this on your backpack, how many of you would say it would, if you're being honest, would you get bullied for it? Just for having a purple animal on your backpack. I know for a fact that even the public schools I went to, if you had something pink or purple on you at all, you would be relentlessly bullied. Yeah, literally, purple, that's gay. Yep, like I expected, chat is of course willing to confirm that that was, you know, largely their experience as well. And this is, of course, just a little anecdote to spice things up a little bit. But I think that's a pretty universal experience. Is that any gender variance in our society, not just male, not just female, any gender variance is policed very heavily. How many cis women out there, how many of you got called a tomboy at some point or another in your life for something that made no sense to you? I would be willing to bet every single cis woman in this audience was called a tomboy at some point in their life because they did something that didn't make any sense to them why they were being punished for it. Yes, we'll talk about that as well, Elak Kaval. Yes, that's true. Intentions Nasty brings up, for the longest time, even just hair color was essentially taboo to be worn by cis men. Yeah, pastels. Yeah, so lots of people had experiences with this. So male socialization it falls apart really fast, as I have kind of demonstrated here, this idea of male socialization. And it's interesting because patriarchy as a concept is not exactly the same thing as male socialization. Patriarchy essentially argues that our society has certain values that are deeply ingrained, that are reinforced and punished persistently. But that isn't really the same thing. That really isn't the same claim as what is being claimed with the idea of male socialization, especially because we know that the variance is so unbelievably ridiculous between person to person, from household to household. While there are certain things, I'm sure, that are very, very, very common and can of course be valuable for like any sort of societal analysis, we should be really careful about making this the argument that this is something essential. So there's the essentialism. That's the next thing that I really, really wanted to talk about, which is the essentialization portion of male socialization, of the idea of male socialization, and how that sort of varies from the idea of patriarchy, where patriarchy describes systems that essentially reward and control gender expression, that rewards certain types of gender expression, which is very different than making the argument that there is a socialization that all males experience at some point in their life, when we know that simply is not true. Male socialization is definitely informed by patriarchy. Well, of course it is. I would argue that a lot of these near universals that we've pointed out are the product of systems that are designed to essentially filter out everyone who doesn't fit a certain type. But that doesn't necessarily mean that people are being socialized male, that they're being successfully converted that way. All that patriarchy says is that people who are a certain way will be rewarded if they can stay that way and never break that character. And that's very different than making the argument that every single male experiences certain socializing aspects. They're very different. it's a little confusing. It's a little bit of in the weeds, but they are different things. And the essentialization is a big problem. Okay. Okay. So let's talk about that essentialization. When we talk of what is essentialization? For those who don't know what the term essentialization means, the idea of essentialization is that there is something that is something that is essential to gender, that to whatever gender you are or whatever sex you are. Usually, people who are gender essentialists are also sex essentialists, aka if you're born with XY chromosomes, you are a male, and that's that. Okay, these things have large overlaps, right? Hey, Merrick, good to see you. Great to see you. And so there's all kinds of forms of essentialization that exist in the world. Obviously, there's racial essentialization, the idea that all black people or all white people behave a certain way, or all, ethnicities behave a certain way, whatever. There's a whole bunch of different types of essentialization. And there is also gender essentialization and sex essentialization, which in my experience, those two things tend to be basically the same. I don't think that most people believe that there are essential traits to gender, make a distinction between gender and sex. And essentialization is really, really problematic. And it's problematic because it makes very large assumptions about the way that people will behave, and also informs politics about the way people informs politics to take shape based around these very broad universal assumptions about everybody who shares that certain essential trait. And to me, that is like the antithesis of any form of real and meaningful gender analysis. Gender is a mess. It is a nebulous, messy, highly social, highly variant. It changes based on your generation. It changes on your region. It changes based on your religion. It changes so much. It's a giant mess. And so, and it doesn't, as we all know, it doesn't tie directly to sex. While there are certain overlaps, for example, cis men tend to be, at least as far as we know, tend to have XY chromosomes, and there tends to be more people with XY chromosomes who are comfortable being masculine than there are like trans people. That's just chance. You know what I mean? That's not necessarily, it doesn't mean that there's necessarily something intrinsic to having XY genetics that makes you that way. What I'm trying to elucidate here a little bit clumsily, and I apologize for that. What I'm trying to elucidate here is the difference between sex and gender. Sex has to do with your chromosomes. It has to do with the type of hormones your body produces. Gender is the role that you are seen as, that you experience, the way you express yourself in society, and how you engage with that. And I think that essentialization undercuts any meaningful analysis of gender, because gender isn't essential. Gender is something that changes and fluctuates all the time. And let me just be honest. First of all, the technology has not existed until very recently to even tell what chromosomes people have. But even now that we have the technology, the vast majority of people don't actually know what their chromosomes are. You don't actually know what your sex is. We engage with gender. Everything that we engage with is gender, with very, very few exceptions. Very few, okay? Extremely few exceptions. Maybe if you have needs of a special medication that engages with certain parts of your genetic, your doctor might need to know what chromosomes you have. But by and large, we don't ever engage with sex. We engage with gender. We engage with this, we socialize with the social aspects. And essentialization of something that fluctuates as much as social perception of gender is really stupid. It's patently wrong. Think about this, for example. An example of this. An example of why it's so stupid to have an essentialist view of gender. In Victorian times, high heels, and in fact in pre-Victorian times, for probably longer than not, high heels were considered a sign of masculinity because they made you taller, they made you stand taller, they were painful to wear, they required a stealing will, they were expensive, which means you had to be powerful in order to afford them. So high heels, which are now exclusively worn by, well, not exclusively, but essentially in the view of our society, are like as feminine as you can get. In our society, it's very weird. It's very uncommon to see a masculine person wearing high heels. Quite rare. But that wouldn't have been the case 150 years ago. In fact, it would have been completely different. And yet, tons of people will argue, which that is a gender expression. Fashion is a form of gender expression. It's highly gendered in our society. There are people who will argue that gender is essential, that there is something intrinsic to being male or intrinsic to being feminine or intrinsic to being female that somehow influences whether men or women in our society tend to wear high heels. But obviously we can acknowledge that's patently ridiculous on its face. Are you following? We know that things change. We know that these things aren't bound up in our genetics. There is nothing about our genetics that makes us gravitate towards high heels or that makes us gravitate towards makeup. And it's interesting because these days, a lot of the like Jordan Peterson types will try to tell you that there's something essential about makeup, that makeup is like, makeup is a thing that women do because they want to attract suitable mates. But that's really interesting as well because throughout history, as it turns out, there have been cultures and time periods, even within this culture, where men wearing makeup was common. Where it is only in very recent history that men wearing makeup has become something taboo, that these conceptualizations of gender arose. They don't have anything to do with genetics. Nothing at all. And we can see that by the way that, people talk about, oh, it's to make you red or whatever. That's bullshit. That might be true. Maybe some women right now are motivated to wear makeup because they want to attract a more suitable mate. That's not genetic, that's social. Because I guarantee you, if you went back in time and jumped cultures over to, I don't know, let's think, I believe it was in the Middle East, in a lot of Middle Eastern cultures, that men were the ones who would wear jewelry and makeup. That I bet that a woman in that, a woman who decided to wear makeup in that society wouldn't be doing it for the same reason that a woman in our society is wearing makeup. It can't be genetic then. It has to be social. Intentions Nasty brings up something interesting here. Before I started tea, I was really afraid that I would lose my emotionality, but it turns out that part of behavior and mental state is learned. It's not just learned, it's experiential. Yes, are there some emotional effects that tend to happen when you take new hormones? Absolutely true for me. For example, I found it much easier to cry after taking estradiol, after getting on estrogen, because for me, testosterone really made me feel bottled up. It made me feel different, but that is not a universal experience by any means. And even if there are some biological effects, some mood effects that hormones can have, that doesn't mean that they're essential. That just means that they're tendencies. That just means there are certain interactions. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're essential. But yes, as Xerox 13ster says, it's not just learned, they're learned and enforced, which is another portion of this whole male socialization thing that really gets me frustrated, okay? Because the enforcement part is really fucking important. For example, let me give you a quick example. Let's say a cis man experiences basically cries at a young age and is bullied for it. And they say, okay, well, I'm not supposed to cry. My dad got mad at me when I cried. So I'm going to try and, control that a little easier. Well, maybe you could do that. Maybe you could do that fine. Maybe it's easier for you. Maybe you are like, oh, actually, you know what? I actually like being strong and silent. Maybe that feels good to me. Maybe I'm going to do that going forward. A trans woman might not be able to slot into that at all. So the enforcement might work relatively fine. And it might work out that that enforcement, while it may have hurt in the moment, didn't become a recurring and chronic issue for a cis person. Now, it could. I'm just saying it could. I'm just giving an example here. Whereas, let's say a trans woman is bullied for crying at a young age for being too sensitive, but then cannot slot into that strong and silent role because that's not who she is. Because that would be a betrayal of who she is. She just doesn't feel that way. That's not how her emotions go. That's a very different experience, isn't it? And now I'm obviously not saying all cis men. I'm not making the argument for male socialization. I'm against the position. If it's not apparent, I am against the idea of male socialization for exactly this reason. What I'm pointing out, though, is that that enforcement, that chronic enforcement, is a huge part of this discussion. And this is where we get to the part about where it gets even more complicated. Because I don't think that trans people truly experience, like specifically trans women. I'm talking from a trans feminine perspective. I'm talking from a position of a trans woman. I don't think that trans women experience male socialization because I don't think that it can ever really stick. That's why you're trans. These things don't fucking stick. You can't be forced to be someone that you're not. Those societal enforcement those societal enforcement measures that punish you for stepping out of line, you never can fit into there. And if you can, it comes at an incredible personal cost. So there's always a chafing, even when you're in the closet, even if people see you as when they first meet you, they identify you as male. It shows through. The fact that you're not fitting in shows through. Now, of course, I also, being the based and gigantic-brained gender ascensionist, that we should ascend beyond the concept of gender. We should move beyond using gender as a meaningful, that gender is essentially a meaningless construct that does very little beneficial for us. Being that type, I can acknowledge that lots of cis men actually live lives of quiet misery because they are also suffering from the same thing. Even if they never want to transition, even if they never see themselves as women or never want to, many cis men suffer from the enforcement measures that are placed upon their gender for their entire life. This is part of the reason why I don't believe in male socialization. Now, this is where it's going to get a little, it's going to get a little more spicy. Okay? Because here's what I really think most of the conversation is about, okay? I'm gonna show you guys a little meme, okay? There's a meme I saved. And you know what? I know memes, not an argument. Actually, this time, it is an argument, okay? Here you go. Right here. This image right here. The silencer on the gun. Socialized male, evil tranny freak. This right here, this meme, is exactly why I get so mad at the concept of male socialization. Because in my experience, that is almost always how male socialization is used. Okay? Like, essentially, what a lot of people, usually people who are transphobes, usually people who have some bone to pick with trans people, or they have an underlying bigotry like trans women aren't real women or whatever, like those things, a lot of times you will see them because they don't want to offend everyone. So instead, what they'll basically say is, well, you know, this trans person who did something problematic was socialized male. You want to know an example of this? You want to know an example of how this has been weaponized against me? You all know I can be pretty goddamn aggro, right? You guys know that. I'm a bit of a debater. I like to argue with people. I like to, you know? Some people have unironically many times actually, some before I streamed, some after I streamed, argued that it was male type typical behavior. In fact, I still sometimes, once in a great while, get comments about this. Oh, well, you know, it's really interesting that Demon Mama is so aggressive. I guess it must be the fact that he is a tranny, you know, that sort of thing. So it's really interesting how that works. It's really interesting how if you show any supposedly masculine trait after transition, all of a sudden you're being policed really hard in the other direction. And all of a sudden it's male socialization. It's not, hey, you're doing something I think is problematic, let me challenge it on its own merits. It's no. It must be because you're a trans. That's why. It's because you were born male. That's why you're this way. There's so many examples of this. You want to know another example that's really fucked up? So people will see trans people flirting with one another online. They'll see trans women being flirty. And here's the real kicker. They'll see tops, trans tops and trans doms as essentially men. They will it'll be like, oh, the reason why you're not submissive like a real woman. They don't say that. They won't say those words because that would be fucked up, wouldn't it? They'll say instead, oh, yeah, this person is a top because, well, you know, they were born male, so that's why they're dominant. That's why they're a top. That's why they're, and this is the other one that happens, that's why they're flirting on the internet. That's why they're, this is used a lot against trans sex workers. You know, oh, yeah, she was socialized male. That's why she's a sex worker. That's why she likes posting herself naked and being so sexual. And it's interesting because if you sit there, they're basically putting a woke paint of coat on fucking misogyny, on fucking sexism. It's so fucked up. And this is all over the place, by the way. The reason why I had my preamble be so fair is because I really wanted to make a rock solid case. But in truth, I get really fucking pissed about this because this is the way that I see it used the most. The fucking most. I see aggression, quote unquote, aggression is policed in trans women. Trans women are basically written off as being masculine and having T brain or testosterone brain anytime they stand up for themselves. Any expression of transsexuality of a trans woman being sexual is seen as a male trait. There's even a joke. This is a joke used by like 4chan self-hating trans people where they say male-brained. That's very male-brained of you. Like, for example, a trans woman talking about masturbation will often say, wow, very male-brained of you, because apparently only men masturbate? Apparently only XY people masturbate? It's so stupid. And so really, really quickly, you go from this, like I said, this very fair idea that I steel-manned in the beginning. You never have that conversation. Instead, it's this goddamn image every single fucking time. Every single fucking time. And trans women get fucking nailed for this constantly. Every single, like, guys, like, I wish I could express to you. I know the trans women in my audience are going to be hearing this and just listen. I fucking feel you on this, okay? And I know you're going to feel me when I say this. Trans women are constantly. It doesn't even matter your social circle, unless your social circle is like really small and doesn't involve any conservative people, are constantly being watched for every male sign possible to basically prove, yeah, I knew it. You actually were just a man all along. You weren't a real woman. And this does happen to cis women as well. I've mentioned this before, but to a significantly less degree. And what I mean by that is, I've talked about this before, about how like older women, fat women, and butch women basically get treated as though they're not actually women. They just get treated, they get made fun of and treated as though they're men or as though they're failed women. This comes from the same place, but it's significantly less present against cis women because frankly, in our society, cis women are more acceptable than trans women. Oh, black women, of course, obviously. Sorry, I obviously. Thank you, Nuts. Yes, black women get so policed for their masculinity, it's unbelievable. And of course that makes sense because, you know, black women of color are specifically targeted for this all the time. I agree, Socialist Potato. But there's this essentialization and the underlying problems of assuming that there is a single type of socialization that all males experience really undermines the value of the framework of male socialization, like severely, to the degree where it basically just becomes a transphobic dog whistle. And most of the time when I see socialized male, I assume with good reason that it is a transphobic dog whistle. Oh yeah, there's a great example. Take for an example of this, as Xerox 13 story as Xerox in chat brings up, oh my God, I heard so much about Michelle Obama growing up in the South, about how she was really a man. Yeah, look at the way that Republicans talked about Michelle Obama for a perfect example of this. That same shit that they do to Michelle Obama, who, you know, where Michelle Obama is in a position of incredible power, but that same shit is dumped out on black cis women, on black trans women to an unbelievable degree, on trans women in general. Transvestigations, that's a whole thing that people do where it's like, oh, I can tell, we can tell. No, they can't. First of all, they can never tell. And secondly, the things that they think that they can tell it's phrenology. It's fucking phrenology. And so I find this whole conversation to be incredibly infuriating. And it makes me especially mad when I see trans people participate in it. And I know that a lot of trans people are engaging in as good faith as possible. But there are trans people who buy into these models, who essentially buy into the idea that they're not supposed to be sexual, they're not supposed to have a aggressive bone in their body ever, they're never supposed to show anger, they're never supposed to get dirty. They basically need to become a stereotype of hyper feminine. And you want to know what's the sickest thing of all? Is that the trans women who do that get targeted even still. Because one of the main things that transphobes love to say about trans women is that trans women, oh, why do they have to make it like a parody of femininity? They go so over the top. It must be because they're insecure in their femininity. No, it's because if you don't go full femme at all times, you're called a male. And then when you do go full femme, you're told that you're compensating for something. It's disgusting. It's genuinely fucking disgusting. Yes, it's measurehead, but for gender. So this is part of the reason why I think, a big part of the reason why I think socialized male needs to be retired as like a talking point. It does not provide us any analytical value. Like if you want to talk about like a trans woman who, okay, let's steel man this. Let's imagine there's a trans woman, okay? We're inventing a trans woman, okay? Let's imagine that there's a trans woman who flirts really, really pressures women, like flirts really hard with other women, and you know, has like a bunch of red pill behaviors. You should, let's say that person exists. I'm sure there's probably some trans woman like that out there in the world. Why does that have to do with male socialization? There are lesbians who do that. There are cis lesbians who do that. There are, I know this is gonna come as a shock, there are cis het women that push lines and cross boundaries. Oh my God, do you see how quickly we start to get into really problematic territory? Where we start to get into replicating patriarchy again with models that argue for essentialist views of the world? We are literally inventing a trans woman to get mad at right now. Something that's really funny, a lot of gender essentialists will essentially make the argument that women rapists don't exist, which is absurd. We know that's patently false, and it spits in the face of victims. And also, it makes your worldview so bankrupt. But there are legitimately, the gender critical movement, the TERFs, those people, they say shit like this all the time. They essentially do not believe that it's possible. And some of them literally don't believe it's possible for a woman to commit the act of rape, which is fucking disgusting. The idea that you could basically just be like, no, that person didn't do anything wrong. Women never cross boundaries. That is a level of brain rot that I cannot even stand. And yet it exists. And yet I see this shit. And in fact, I mean, obviously, as you guys all know, this topic exists for a reason. I called it a discourse alert because unfortunately, socialized male became a discourse in leftist spaces over the last couple of days after don't really know much about them, don't really care all that much, after a leftist made a tweet talking about how lots of white trans women, which is another interesting little euphemism that they do, how lots of white trans women need to deal with the fact and do the work because they were socialized male, which is one of the most god-awful, stupid, moronic arguments that I can possibly imagine. That like trans women in general need to do the work to undo the horrific trauma they experienced their entire lives. What are you fucking talking about? Do you see how this is like, it's bigotry with a woke coat of paint. It's bigotry with a rainbow flag painted onto it. Unbelievable. It fucking disgusts me. And this was all over the place in leftist spaces, with people basically being like, yeah, as if trans women were like somehow like magically immune to the horrible mistreatment. By the way, just so you know, I don't have to lean on anecdotes. Don't go look at any research about how much discrimination and mistreatment trans people experience before they come out of the closet, because you'll be shocked. I can tell you from my own experience of my entire fucking childhood, my entire life, but specifically I'm referring to my childhood when I still identified by others as a boy. I was mistreated. I was bullied for being effeminate, for being not masculine so hard you would not even believe. It was endless. It was perpetual. It's such a bad idea. So, stop. Is it important for us to question how our social lives affected us? How our perception may have influenced how we were treated in some situations and certain things that we were taught? Absolutely. But when you start doing woke gender essentialism, you're really not helping anybody. Retire it. Socialized male is not a fucking useful framework. It is built off of false premises, and the end conclusions are only essentialist. You understand? It doesn't help you come to a more holistic understanding of gender. It takes you further from the truth, not closer. Yeah, it's really funny. As Killjoy says, I've never really understood the idea that patriarchy doesn't hurt trans people, because it is a constant force trying to put them back into their assigned box. That's true. Do you really think that you're in you experienced male privilege? That's the other part, by the way. Lots of people will basically say that that like trans women experienced male privilege growing up, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Let me just tell you something. Patriarchy does not reward effeminate men, essentially ever. Now, you know, so like, if you're a trans person and you have feminine traits and you're born masculine, you do not benefit from male privilege. In fact, you stand out like a sore fucking thumb and you're punished for it perpetually. People want, yeah, as Lavender says, the people desire to remove trans women from intersectional analysis so hard. Yes, they do, largely because of transphobia. And some of it comes from a place of being too dogmatic in your view of gender, but most of it comes from just unacknowledged transphobia. They think trans women are gross. Specifically, usually it's trans women that they fixate on, not always, but usually they say trans women are gross. I think trans women, they say I think trans women are men, and that's the end of it. And they come up with backwards compatible arguments to go from there. Even if a trans woman had male privilege at one time, wouldn't that not just give them insight on living without it and a neat, unique perspective? Well, yeah. And I think there are some aspects where that does exist. For example, I've talked about this before. Let me give an example, okay? When I was in sales, okay? When I used to work in sales. For those of you who are new to my stream and didn't know this, I worked in sales for like over half a decade. I was really, really good at sales, and I did that job both while living as a guy and also while living as a woman. So after I worked that job before and after transition, and it was significantly easier to succeed at sales while I was a guy. Now, there's a couple of reasons for that. It's not because of like male socialization. It's not because I was naturally good at sales. In fact, I literally had to completely relearn everything when I went into sales, and the only reason I really learned it was because I was so desperate to keep that job so I could keep going to school that I was basically like, I will learn from everyone. I will spend every day learning how to sell, because I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm neurodivergent. I didn't exactly have the best social life in high school, so I had to learn how to be good at sales, and it was really fucking hard. It didn't come to me naturally. It was easier when I was identified as a man. And the reason that it was easier when I identified as a man is because almost everything in sales is an interaction that's 15 minutes or less. At least in the field that I was working in. It's first impressions, it's those 15 minutes are what matters. And in that time, they see me, they identify me as a guy, and as long as I can keep that illusion up for that period of time, well, they like men more because it's mostly men who are going to be buying. And in our society, you know, men are the ones who are going to tell you the truth. In our society is super gender essentialist. And they say, yeah, men know what they're talking about. Women don't know anything about I was selling cars. Women don't know anything about cars. It's men. So when I had a harder time when I was out as a woman selling, even though my skills didn't change at all because men stopped taking me seriously once I transitioned. Were you good at your job? Yes. I was top of the list both before and after transition. I mean, top of my local regional matrices. I was very, very good at what I did. So it's very weird. All of this has nothing to do with male socialization. It wasn't male privilege. I mean, it was a form, I suppose, of male privilege in that men who came to buy from me took me more seriously when they thought that I was a man. But I was uncomfortable in that role. It was painful. It destroyed my psyche over time. Working that job, I never would go back. I can't even imagine. It gives me nightmares to think about going back to that job because it was so fucking stressful. That's not really, is that a form of male privilege? Maybe. Is that really a very useful framework to analyze this? I don't think so. In fact, I think it's a pretty useless framework. And that's me being like, that's me granting a point to the opposition here. That's me saying, okay, maybe I had male privilege for the 15 minutes every time I interacted with a customer on that job. Maybe I did. Okay. That doesn't really translate to anything else. That just means that in this very, very slim aspect, I had an advantage. Yeah, it's the closet. That is the closet, of course. Oh yeah, there's another example. A Mixed Dizzy brings up how Elizabeth Holmes severely downplayed her femininity in order to be taken more seriously due to how rampant sexism is in our society. Yeah, exactly. And as Nuts says, even if you're cis, the logic would still stand up. Also, you know, if you're an openly gay man, do you think that, guess what, that male privilege starts to disappear pretty quick. It starts to disappear really quick. So, I guess the whole male socialization thing to me is very, very stupid. And guess what? This ties into another issue. I know we've been going on about this for a while, but I have more things to say, which is this idea of like trans men getting male privilege. And again, I'm just going to say, I think that this is a bankrupt analysis, a very, 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 very weak analysis. Are there, much like how I was able to make more money at my shitty job, my shitty sales job, even though I was able, just like that, is it true that trans men might be able to find small slices where the interaction with cis people is so little that they can have a slight advantage in being perceived as male? Yes. But at what cost? Does that really break down to male privilege? I don't think so. I think that that's an absurd notion. The idea that that while you're being constantly policed for your masculinity, just like every other dude in this society who is extremely policed for their masculinity, that you're inheriting the privileges instead of just the downsides. What privileges? Trans men have to deal with all the shit that cis men have to deal with. Plus, they have to deal with the fact that they have to transition and that there's tons of people trying to spot them as being trans. Yeah. Emu Anon says, I remember when Elliot Page came out, a bunch of reactionaries were congratulating him on gaining male privilege. That's not how it works. And also, like in general, just as a general rule, I think that people should be very careful about using the privilege analysis. I've said this many, many times on my stream. I've said this so many times on my goddamn stream, which is the idea that the privilege as a concept is very limited. It has certain sociological values. For example, you can elucidate the fact that essentially that like being male is a trait that is privileged in our society, but that doesn't translate to just like gaining a badge of benefits the moment that you start identifying as a man or as a woman or anything. Like these privileges are it's such a bad analysis. It's useful in very limited scopes, but of course people try to apply it because it lets them be woke bigots. It lets them be like, trans women have male privilege, and guess what? So do trans men. Lol. Do you see how stupid that is? Do you see how it's basically, it is a set of ideas that seeks to only reinforce all of the things that feminists and progressive people are supposedly trying to break down. It's a dog whistle. Privilege, the privilege discourse, privilege as a concept can be useful in some degrees, usually in like an academic sociological setting, for trying to understand what traits our society gives benefits to on a passive level, but it does not work on an interpersonal level. You're not supposed to use these types of tools to analyze people like that. It doesn't work. you will look like an idiot, and it will end up with you being basically a woke phrenologist. As Intentions Nasty says, to be a trans man with male privilege, you literally have to be stealth, straight, and pass. The moment you admit you're trans, it's gone. Fucking true. Fucking goddamn true. Privilege breaks down interpersonally, but it's useful under statistical analysis. Yes, of course. Of course it can be valuable for statistical analysis, but you always must remember that people make up statistics. People aren't data. There is an incredible amount of variance, a variance that gets lost when you try to simplify everything down into statistics and data and broad concepts. Analyzing broad concepts is very valuable, but it cannot replace the footwork of having to think through things on an interpersonal level. It just can't. Stealth trans men and women are essentially forced to live in constant fear of discovery? Yes, all trans people are forced to live in constant fear of discovery, which is why some trans people, myself included, are as loud about it as possible. Because then nobody can say, we don't have to keep up the work. It takes off the anxiety. You know that people are gonna let you know whether they're worth talking to or not. If you live openly as a trans person, some people don't like that, but the fact of reality is that the people who don't like that aren't gonna like it if you're stealth either. So there's a benefit, at least from my perspective, and I understand why some people don't live like this. There's a benefit to being loud and proud about it, which is that you get to just cut the bullshit. Well, thank you. Niana says, I gotta say, Demon Mama really makes me feel less insane to hear all these discourses brought together with proper, critical, or intersectional analysis. Thank you. I'm not like super big brain. I'm not like a super academic, but I've thought about this a lot. I've read about this a lot, and I've argued about this a lot on the internet. So I like to think I have some good ideas. Yeah, I understand, Lucy. There's some places where it's just not doable. So to wrap up this little segment, and then we'll take a little breather, and I'm gonna go refill my drink, and then we're gonna continue because we have a whole bunch of other things to discuss. We have a lot of content tonight. But to wrap up this particular segment, male socialization just doesn't work as a meaningful lens of analysis. And not only does it not work, it actually actively harms your ability to engage with anybody on the concept of gender. The idea of male or female socialization, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist even among cis people. And it also, it conflicts with like an analysis of systems. While yes, all of us do engage in the world and all of us are products of our environment, I've seen this argument around a lot. I've seen the argument that how can you argue that people are not a product of their environment? Well, people are a product of their environment, but how you become a product of your environment varies greatly in how you interact with that environment. So people saying, oh, well, everyone's a product of their environment doesn't actually prove anything. It's not an argument. Not an argument. It's not an argument. It doesn't actually back up the male socialization idea at all. Obviously, people are the products of their environment, but male socialization isn't universal, even among cis people. There isn't a single male experience. There are some trends, but even those trends change depending on how you react to them, depending on how you're able to react to them. A cis man who experiences bullying based on crying might be able to adjust to that with relative ease. They might find, wow, it actually works for me to be a little bit stronger and more silent. Whereas a trans woman might find that completely intolerable, and therefore their life becomes agony and they're never able to fill into that. Both of those are being the product of your environment, but context matters. People aren't all the same. Not all trans women are the same. Not all trans men are the same. Not all cis men are the same. Not all cis women are the same. And certainly not all non-binary people are the same. So stop trying to use male socialization as a frame of analysis for interpersonal constructs. And especially you dumb motherfuckers, you stupid fucking cunts on the internet who try to use male socialization to essentially impress upon trans women an original sin. And those of you who try to use male privilege as a way to like attack trans men, trans masks, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, shove it up your ass, you're being fucking stupid and you're dog whistling and we can all see it. Stop being a fucking gender essentialist, fucking get the brainworms out of your brain and actually think about things for one goddamn time. Don't just put the fucking silencer on. If you wanna be fucking transphobic, say it with your whole chest. Fucking walk up to me and call me a slur. Or otherwise get the fuck out. There you go. There you go. Pretty good, huh? If you like that, press the like button. And please make sure that you subscribe and ring the bell. And also consider supporting me on my website or on Patreon. Either one, whichever fits your fancy. This show, I make it for my viewers, and it is supported by my viewers. I don't have sponsors or anything like that, so, you know, give me some love. I really need it. Comments, likes, and subscriptions will make my channel grow so I can make more awesome shit for you. Okay? There you go. Yeah, exactly. We see your weak attempts at transphobia, and we find them wanting. Indeed. All right, everybody. Real quick, I have to go to the bathroom and refill my drink. You are not gonna go anywhere unless it's to go grab a friend and tell them to watch the next segment of Demon Mama. In the next segment, we are going to be talking about Disney and the Little Mermaid and wokeness and all that shit. We're gonna talk about that. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna play the bathroom song. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna refill my drink. And yes, you can absolutely see my nails. Here, I'll even change the focus so you can get a good look at them. Here. How do I do this? There, look at that. Let's focus them in. Look at that. There you go. Look at those nails. There you go. Wish granted. See? See, I'm kind. Walsh had a cringe take on this. I don't think he did. I heard it. But we'll talk about everything, okay? Did I do those myself? No, I had them done at a local nail place. All right, everybody, I'm gonna play the song. Don't you go anywhere. I'll see you in just a minute. I just need to go get a drink and go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Enjoy the bathroom song.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little limbs, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out. Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe
Yoda's
someone here also needs a bathroom break.
It's so hot. No, I didn't. I had to go refill my drink and talk to Yoda. Hold on. All right. Yoda needs to go out, so I have to let.
It's been a bit
had to
since
let the
Demon
critters
Mama
know.
went to the bathroom. Not like
All
I'm
right, enough. Fucking enough. Fucking enough. Enough. I wasn't doom scrolling, you assholes. I wasn't pooping. I didn't I mean I went to the bathroom, but I needed to get my drink. I wasn't doom scrolling. I wasn't. I had to go downstairs and fill my own drink. Everybody's asleep. Yoda was bothering me, and I was like, maybe I gotta take Yoda out, but yeah, that is true, Gayfesh. You're right. You're fucking right. Oh. Let's catch our breaths for a few minutes, right? Let's chill for just a minute before I talk about something else that's gonna infuriate me. Super quiet, because the critters flew in early this morning, and they didn't get any sleep because they flew in so early. So everybody's basically sleeping in the house. Oh, I have no idea about that. Oh. What will we talk about? Well, we're going to talk about the new Little Mermaid. You know, and the reason why we're going to talk about the new Little Mermaid is because it's really fucking funny. Oh my dear, well, we will talk more about the King Triton thing, but we really have to talk about how absolutely triggered every single conservative on the fucking planet is about the about the Little Mermaid. So is the quartering involved? Well, yeah, the quartering's involved, but we're not going to really watch any conservatives about this. And the reason for that is, well, okay, look, let me just show you the state of affairs, okay? Look, we're just gonna do this live. Fuck it, we'll do it live, okay? Watch this, okay? Watch this. Okay, here's what we're gonna search together. Ready? Look at this. We're gonna search Little Mermaid woke. Are you ready for this? Oh, we're gonna talk about that one, Killjoy. Oh God, not that one. Never mind, I was thinking of a different one. Josiah Rises, Disney's woke Little Mermaid backlash gets worse. Here you go, here's this one using the literal screaming SJW, Little Mermaid backlash. The casting in this movie is okay, you know what? Actually, I'm wrong. I mean, I lied. We're gonna watch Matt Walsh. We're gonna react to Matt Walsh, okay? But before we react to Matt Walsh, okay? I lied. We're gonna react to Matt Walsh, and that's because I need to hear how stupid his argument is. But first, we have to talk about the real problem, okay? We have to talk about the very, very real problem. There is a problem with the new Little Mermaid, okay? And the Little Mermaid has an issue, and that issue is with the casting. But guess what? It's not Ariel that they fucked up. They fucked up on a much larger scale, okay? And that's because I'm gonna show you right now what the problem is. That's because they announced who has been cast for the role of Ursula. And let me tell you, it's fucking Melissa McCarthy. That's right, but they cast a white woman as, they cast a white woman as the purple octopus queen, Ursula. A white woman. Her skin isn't even purple. It makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. And she doesn't even have tentacles for her feet. It drives me up a wall. I just cannot understand it. I don't even get it. What were they fucking thinking? How could they have gone so woke and gone so broke? I was looking forward to only one thing in my life. Aside from the relaunch of the gender anarchist Mixter Potato Heads, which I, frankly, am offended that they haven't arrived yet, that the Mixter Potato Head gender anarchist dolls haven't arrived. There was only one other thing in my life I was waiting for, and that was to see a woman with tentacles in a movie, in the live-action Disney movie. I thought they would find a woman with real tentacles and real purple skin, and they would cast her. But instead, we get this woke, fake diversity garbage, and they cast a white woman, and not even a queer white woman, just a white woman. Do you think they should have casted a drag queen as Ursula? Honestly, that would have been based. For those of you who don't know, Ursula was based on a drag queen, a very famous drag queen by the name of Divine. Let me show you, in fact. Let me show you. There's literally side-by-side pictures, but the original design for Ursula was based off of Divine. Divine is a really amazing person, and if you ever decide to read about Divine on a separate, I would talk about Divine, but that's a whole story. Divine has literal movies, like Divine has literal movies made about them. Like they're, you know, Divine is such an influential figure. So yeah, yeah. Divine stream win? Well, someday. Divine was a very wild person who had a lot of opinions about entertainment, a lot of opinions about culture. Also famous for saying this line right here. Filth is my life. Legalize murder. An amazing line, okay? Divine was an incredible person, all right? So yes, it would have been based as fuck if Ursula had been played by a drag queen. That would have been really cool. But instead, they don't even get a bitch with purple fucking skin. We get a white woman. Okay, now all joking aside, let's hear the whopping, amazing argument that these conservatives are gonna bring out about how the new Disney movie is blatantly racist. Casting in new Disney movie is blatantly racist. That's the title of this video. Let's hear it from the perpetually stoned out of his mind, the man with the driest lips. You can literally see how dry his lips are right here in this video. We haven't even started the video and you can already see how chapped they are. Ketamine Walsh himself. Let's fucking do it, everybody.
August, it was announced that the actor James Franco had been cast to play Fidel Castro in an upcoming film. As Axios reported at the time, the casting decision sparked anger. Many on the left accused Franco of participating in whitewashing. The Washington Post ran an article claiming that the incident highlights the alleged ongoing problem of Latino exclusion in Hollywood. Fellow actor John Leguizamo blasted the casting as appropriation, called for a boycott. Many others agreed that Franco should not be allowed to appropriate a brutal dictator from...
So I'm just going to make a prediction right now. Matt Walsh is going to critically fail in his ability to string together logical thought. Because what he's talking about right now is a movie depicting a real Hispanic person, a Cuban by the name of Fidel Castro, being a real person who actually existed, who died only relatively recently, and being played by a white guy. And that is definitionally whitewashing. Okay? So, and what's gonna happen? I'm gonna make this prediction. We'll see, okay? We'll see. But I'm gonna make the prediction that he's going to say that it's the same thing because the Little Mermaid was canonically white, or he's going to imply that. I doubt he's actually going to say the word canonically, but he's going to imply that a black person playing the fictional role of a fictional character from a children's book from 100 years ago is going to be the same thing as casting a white person to play a real historical figure in a movie who wasn't white. Let's see.
Latinos. He may be a mass murdering psychopath, but he's their mass murdering psychopath, damn it. It didn't matter that Franco actually looks a lot like Fidel Castro. It also didn't matter that Franco and Castro are not that far apart ethnically. Castro's father was from Spain, while Franco's grandfather is from Portugal. It also, of course,
Genius. Just genius level analysis. Well, they're not that far apart. One guy's grandfather was from a country that's kind of close to another one. Wow. Oh my God. Matt Walsh might be one of the just most like disrespectful political pundits out there, because this guy has no respect for his audience. And honestly, to be fair, he really shouldn't. Anybody who watches the trash that he dumps out, the diarrhea that he dumps onto a plate and then serves to his audience, anybody who like devours this unironically and and walks away with no fucking analysis whatsoever, they deserve it, honestly. But I'm just pointing out, this guy has no respect for his audience. Just none. He's just like, yeah, It's actually not the definition of whitewashing, because James Franco, his great-grandfather came from Portugal, and Fidel Castro's father came from Spain, a country near Spain. I mean, near Portugal, but that has a distinct history, a different language, and entirely different like history. It's just so stupid. Oh, God. Let's continue.
of course, didn't matter that the job of an actor is to act, that is to pretend to be something that you are not. None of that matters in such cases. All that matters is that Franco is white, and white people must stay in their acting lane. Now,
It's not about white people staying in their acting lane. It's the fact that white people playing, like, not giving jobs in Hollywood to people of color is a problem that has been around for basically all of history. All of the history of Hollywood has had an issue with them literally casting white people in blackface instead of just hiring a black actor, them you know, putting a white guy in brown face to play a Mexican guy instead of just hiring a Mexican actor, maybe even a Mexican actor who might be specialized in that history or in that moment. This is just, it's so bankrupt. It's so intellectually bankrupt. It's not about white people staying in their lane. It's about saying, bro, just hire somebody, hire a Cuban. There are Cuban actors who look like Fidel who can do a great job, but instead, no, they hire a white guy, put him in brown face, and say, thank God we didn't have to hire a minority. It's fucking terrible. Yeah, oh yeah, you guys ready for this? Yeah, look at this. You guys want to see, this is the type of representation that fucking, this is the type of representation that Matt Walsh thinks is totally cool. Okay, ready everybody? Here you go. Matt Walsh, this is his ideal Hollywood moment. He's like, yeah, you know, John Wayne was really perfect as the role of Genghis Khan. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Oh, he was just perfect for the role. There definitely wasn't any Mongolian actors in Hollywood at the time who probably have a cultural history they care about that would be able to depict the role more. No, John Wayne was perfect. I'm sure his you know, his acting in this was spot on. Fuck. There's so many fucking examples. Let's just continue, okay? Let's not bury him, okay?
By the way, John Leguizamo was born in Colombia, but his first prominent role in Hollywood was portraying the Nintendo character Luigi, who is an Italian plumber, according to the Nintendo canon. That doesn't matter either.
Yeah, because that's the same thing. Also, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Wait just a minute. Hold on just a second. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I have to check something real quick. I just need to check this. See? Oh, does it say? Hold on. One second, hold on. Leguizamo has Puerto Rican, Colombian, Italian, and Lebanese ancestry. Oops. Oops. Looks like that doesn't work out so well for you because he's part Italian as well, you fucking idiot. You stupid fucking clown. God, Matt Walsh is such a stupid fucking clown. Also, Luigi is a video game. He's a fucking fictional video game character. And also, Italians haven't exactly been squeezed out of Hollywood. Like, there are a lot of Italian actors. A lot of them. Like, yes, maybe at the beginning of the turn of the century, there was just some discrimination against Italians. But Italians got pretty involved in Hollywood pretty early on. And remember, like I said, Luigi, Fidel Castro, the same thing.
So, as we'll cover in a moment. Now, over the years, there have been many outrages and controversies stemming from instances of alleged whitewashing. The anger is no less palpable when the role in question is a fictional character. In 2017, a British actor was forced to drop out of a Hellboy film because the character he was supposed to play was Japanese in the original comic. A few years before that, Emma Stone's casting as an
Yeah, it's almost like the problem that people have is erasing what few people of color there are in media and not about the simple fact of somebody playing somebody else. Maybe the reason people were offended by that is because it's erasing the only Japanese character in that comic. Maybe, did you think about that maybe? Maybe? No, of course not.
Asian woman in a romantic comedy provoked so much wrath from the left that the director of the film had to issue a written apology for the film he directed. And Stone herself has since apologized for her participation in the project. That same year,
What's this one? Wait, I'm sorry. What's he referencing here? Did you say Emma Stone? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. 1 second. This is for... Hold on just a second. Wait, I need to see this. That's because... Wait a second. Hold on a minute. This was because in the original text, it was an important part of the text. Look at this. Military, okay, so this is the movie. Aloha is a 2015 American romantic comedy film written, produced by Cameron Crowe. Stars Bradley Cooper, Emma Stone, Rachel McAdams. It's a story follows former U.S. Air Force officer Brian Gilchrist, who returns to Hawaii, where he is rehired to oversee the launch of a privatized weapons satellite in the skies over Hawaii. So, military contractor is told to develop local land into a space center. Following a celebrated career that ended in shadowy deals in Afghanistan, he's disillusioned and has to negotiate a deal with Native Hawaiians. This is retelling a story of how the U.S. military stole land from Native Hawaiians, and they had a white person play a woman who was half Native Hawaiian and half Chinese. Do you understand what the problem might be there? Do you understand what maybe the context difference might be there? Maybe the problem is that it's a movie that's specifically about a U.S. government, about the extremely white U.S. military taking land from natives, and then you have a native person played by a white person. I wonder what might be the contextual difference there. The good news is, Matt Walsh's brain is so damaged that he doesn't even know what the word context means. He doesn't know what it can. He doesn't know how ideas connect to each other. He just has talking points. That's it.
Rooney Mara had to grovel and beg for forgiveness after starring as Tiger Lily in a Peter Pan adaptation.
Wait, is that true? Did Rooney Mara grovel? Can I find some images of Rooney Mara groveling? Does anybody have images of this? I would love to see the proof of that. Let's see if we can even find anything. Rooney Mara, Tiger Lily. This is from 2016. No, wait, this is from 2015. This is a movie that filmed in 2015. The last article even talking about this was in 2016. Early 2016, and I don't see any groveling. I see her saying, hey, I probably should have thought about that more. She says she was sorry for taking a role from a Native American character. Ray, is that Tiger Lily? Is that the character? I'm misremembering. I don't even know the story. Yes, a Native American character. So a white woman played an explicitly Native American character. By the way, just so you guys know, remember in the original Peter Pan animation how fucking racist that shit was? It was fucked up. Again, this is just fucking pathetic. Again, every example that he's brought up has been from 2015. This guy is operating on a fucking discourse level that's 7 years old.
That the fictional character is supposed to be Native American. Rooney Mara is not. And she agreed, and now she says that she's haunted by guilt because of portraying that character in the film.
Oh no. Oh, she had to grovel. They killed her. Rooney Mara has never been in a movie since then. Damn, I wonder what happened to Rooney Mara's career. Can we look up? Maybe we can find out what happened to Rooney Mara's career. I've never heard of her being in anything since then. Let's double check. Let's make sure that maybe she's, oh, wait a minute. You mean she's been in fuckloads of movies ever since then? Let's see, where was the movie? Pan, 2015. Since then, she's been in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 fucking movies. She's had 14 jobs since that one. Oh no, she was ruined. She was ruined by getting called out on playing a definitionally whitewashed role.
The outrage extends into the cartoon realm as well, where last year Hank Azaria famously apologized and announced that he was stepping away from his role as Apu in The Simpsons on the basis that he shouldn't be voicing a character of Indian descent. In fact, the show's producer...
I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. Isn't that because... Hold on. Am I misremembering this? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on a second. Let me just double check this. I just want to be sure on this. Huh. I mean, this seems pretty straightforward. People said, hey, this thing is a literal racial stereotype. Maybe you shouldn't do that. And then he stepped down. Did I not know what? Also, keep in mind that this is what episode are we on now? Gayfesh says, talk to any Indian American. They cannot count how many times people have said, thank you, come again to them. Yup. It's fucked up. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he felt like pressured to leave the role. Sounds like there were some other issues going on. And to my knowledge, there's been a lot of complaints over the years. The Simpsons has been running for how long now? Oh my God. Let's check. The Simpsons has been on air since 1989. Holy shit. It's the longest running show. It's been going for 33 years. What the fuck? 32 years. And so now he's mad because they finally decided to axe a racial stereotype character? Okay.
Producers.
Yeah, he felt guilty over the role. That's his own decision, right? I don't know, whatever. This is fucking stupid.
Have since said that no white voice actors will be used for any characters from other ethnic backgrounds from now on. The determination to root out...
Damn. How many characters from different ethnic backgrounds are there on The Simpsons to begin with? Is that Do you think maybe there's like basically no barely any ethnic characters? Any minority characters on The Simpsons, so maybe it's kind of fucked up to have all white people play every character, including the minority characters. There's like 2.
All cases of whitewashing, quote unquote, or suspected whitewashing or potential whitewashing is so absolute that the live action remake of Aladdin in 2019 came under fire because the brown actress who played Jasmine was not brown enough. Now, she wasn't white,
Is that true?
But she appeared to be kind of white adjacent, and that was very disturbing.
I didn't hear about this at all. I think he just made that up. I never heard anybody complain about that, but okay. So what? If one person did, who gives a shit?
A Screen Rant article at the time said that Aladdin's whitewashing had damaged its box office potential. The writer apparently convinced that the average moviegoer shares her race-obsessed neurosis.
Screen Rant? Okay, N article said that? All right.
Now, it may then come as a surprise, to the most naive among us anyway, that the very same media which complains bitterly about whites in traditionally non-white roles, and the very same leftists who treat the whitening of non-white characters as literal genocide, and all the people who've taken this issue so seriously...
Oh, by the way, it's really funny. His sticker down here says a woman is someone who identifies as a woman, He's trying to say this is circular, which we already know that obviously that's not the case, but I think it's really funny. I just wanted to point this out. This is like a side note, but I just want you to know that the arguments pushed, it's really funny that like a little over a year ago, I was having an argument with one Riley Grace Rochong about how the argument that the undermining the identity argument and trying to make the argument that there's something that a woman is something other than an identity category is inherently essentialist, and that I have issues with that. And now the exact same argument is being used by the arch transphobe fucking Matt Walsh. Isn't it fucking interesting? Isn't it fucking fascinating how spot on I was? I didn't even call people transphobic. I just said that the argument follows transphobic logic. And it's really funny. That's literally what they went for. By the way, assimilationists are always the foot soldiers of the bigots. Always. Assimilationists are always the foot soldiers of the bigots, because the assimilationist position assumes that the bigots are ultimately correct and that the real way is just to be the nicest form as possible so that you become acceptable to the bigots. But that will never happen because bigots disagree with you on a fucking fundamental level. Just fucking, I just wanted to point out the galactic level of foresight that I had. That's an interesting question, Arrow. It's funny, almost like nothing. Almost like she completely tanked her entire career by embarrassing herself all over the internet. Anyway. True, Paul M, and thank you very much for the $2. Deeply appreciate that. Transmeds use that argument, yet they're blaming NBs and other trans people for the transphobia. Yeah, it's really funny. It's really fucking pathetic.
As to cause many white Hollywood actors to drop out of films and fall to their knees in apology. Would all this week be so excited about the release of the first trailer for Disney's upcoming Little Mermaid live-action copy and paste job? Now, everything is mostly the same in the remake, as always. It's like shot for shot, exactly the same, except that the Little Mermaid herself, a pale redhead in the cartoon version, has been recast as a black woman, though still with red hair somehow. This is part
somehow. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hold on, everybody. Hold on a second. I just need you. I need everybody. Can we just remember? Somehow, because she's black, she has red hair. How many white girls have you met with hair that literally is fire engine red? Have you met any? I've never even me, when I had my hair professionally dyed, I couldn't get red hair this red. Somehow she has, even though she's black, somehow she has red hair, because everybody knows that, first of all, this is a realistic color, and secondly, black people can't color their hair. God, Matt Walsh is the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. Straight the fuck up. Oh my fucking God, he's so stupid.
Part of a growing trend. As the anger about whitewashing increases, so in equal proportion does the demand for what we must in the reverse call blackwashing. A viral post on Twitter declares rapturously,
yes. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's preach, my man. I'm so fucking tired of one character getting cast with a black actress. Oh yeah, blackwashing. It's gonna ruin everything. It's taking over. We have exactly one role. What a moron. I don't know. Like I don't know how fucking stupid. I mean, again, I know it's all invented. But holy shit, how fucking stupid can you be? Also, guys, notice this. This guy right here, he's got an earpiece in. Oh my God. Do you think that he has someone reading him his scripts? This is not a hearing aid. This is a earpiece. Do you think someone just reads him his scripts and he just says them and then calls it good? Do you think that's why it's so low effort? Holy fucking shit.
a black Cinderella, a black Belle on Broadway, a black Cinderella on Broadway.
Oh no, Broadway! Oh God! Oh, they're coming for Broadway. They cast a black actress on Broadway. That's never happened before. What a fucking moron. How do you find the time to be offended by this? a play on Broadway had a black actress playing a character that was depicted as white in a film made by Disney? What are you fucking... oh yeah, I'm so sorry. I forgot. I really shouldn't be so... I shouldn't have jumped to the gun. I should have jumped the gun. I forgot Matt Walsh is a big fan of Broadway. He's a big fan of keeping things real to the historical record. Disney cartoons from the 90s. Oh my God. He's very special when it comes to that.
Broadway, and now a black Ariel. The black girls are truly winning.
This guy does not listen to himself.
Much to the left's approval, the black girls are winning, quote unquote, in historical retellings too. Last year, a black woman was cast as Anne Boleyn, the 16th century Queen of England, in an upcoming miniseries. Netflix.
Oh no! Oh God, a miniseries! This guy is such an idiot. How does... Oh my God. Guys, I just want you to realize, can we just take a minute and acknowledge that conservatives have the most embarrassing sense of moral, like, outrage you can possibly imagine? Oh no! A miniseries I wasn't gonna watch anyway cast Anne Boleyn as with a black actress. Ah!
Netflix currently features a show starring a black woman as a Viking warrior. Many other examples come to mind, too many to count.
What?
They even fired Jake from State
So what?
Farm and replaced him with a black version. And then there are the examples yet to be. For instance, there's still a major push to find somebody other than a white man to fill James Bond's shoes in the next installment.
Good. James Bond is a fictional character. And guess what? James Bond lives in England in the modern day, and there are black English people. There are probably black English MI6 people as well. Also, yes, 007 is James Bond is a code name. That's why there's been, oh guys, I'm so sorry. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it when they got a new actor to play James Bond after oh my God, when they kept changing, when it was Pierce Brosnan and then it was what's that guy's name? I fucking can't remember that guy's name. It broke my realism. Oh, I couldn't handle it. I couldn't fucking handle it. I lost my mind when when I went to the movie theater and I expected to see a movie with Pierce Brosnan, and instead I got Daniel Craig, and then I found out even worse, that it used to be Sean Connery. What? They changed the guy? Historically, he was a Scottish guy. And now he's a whatever Daniel Craig is. Morons. These people are fucking morons. These people do not... Okay, I just want you to understand, these people do not deserve to have any say in your society. If you are so stupid that you get triggered over the casting of a single film to this degree, because one of the countless positions that are filled by white people, a black person managed to get that role and you lose your shit, and you try to bring up the fact that, oh God, they might do a black James Bond, despite the fact there has been 6 different actors playing James Bond, you are a moron. You do not deserve to have a say in society. You deserve to be outcast from society completely, ignored, and have no say in the creation of society whatsoever. I just want people to know that, okay? Holy fuck.
Now, in all of these cases, 2 things are guaranteed. Or actually more than 2, a few things. When a black actor plays a traditionally white role, portraying either a fictional character or a historical figure, the media, the left, and Hollywood itself will celebrate the move as pioneering and courageous and important, along with all the other.
Do you think maybe there's a reason for that? What do you think the reason for that is? Do you think it's because they want to own white people? Because they want to wreck, whitey owned, crackers blown the fuck out? Or do you think just maybe The reason why people are excited to see that is because people have been historically kept out of those roles, you stupid cunt.
Other requisite superlatives. The other guarantee is that any criticism of the casting decision, even and especially criticism that simply adopts the same logic as the left applies to so-called whitewashing.
It's not the same logic. It's not the same logic. You're using the same words in a different context. Context matters, but you don't have a functioning brain. You cannot string ideas together. You are literally fed a script through your ear, and you cannot actually, I believe that you have fried the ability to actually form ideas because the logic is not the same. The reason why lefties get frustrated when a black role is taken and whitewashed. A white actor takes the role of a black person. The reason why that's bad is because historically and currently, black people are not given leading roles in films very frequently. There is a lot of discrimination. There is an inordinate amount of white actors playing the roles of that could easily be played by somebody who fits the profile for the slot. Obviously, it's not the only thing that matters, but the problem is that people are being further squeezed out. It's not about the principle of every person must play the identical person that they are on screen. No, obviously. And not even the dumbest lib-brained idiot makes that argument. It's the fact that black people are constantly being squeezed out of film. It's the fact that Asian people are constantly being squeezed out of the film industry. And instead, their parts they could play just as well are very apparently being given to white people in a degree that is blatant and obvious. And the reverse is not true. It is not true that white people are being squeezed out of Hollywood. It is not true that there are black people playing all of the roles of white people. It just simply isn't true. So no, actually, it's not the same logic. You're just an idiot. You have a non-functioning brain.
Will be slammed as racist. The Daily Beast today has an article documenting what it calls the racist backlash to the Black Little Mermaid, declaring this backlash to be out of control. The racism is out of control, they say. Then you click on the article, and in the article, they provide a few tweets from random accounts complaining that the underwater scenes don't look realistic. So the Daily Beast article about racist backlash contains no racist backlash, or even backlash that vaguely mentions race. They simply determined that the criticism of the film's bad CGI is really racially motivated. It's a dog whistle, as they like to say. That's the third guarantee, that when a film casts a black actor in a white role,
sorry, hold on.
CGI is really racially motivated. It's a dog whistle. That's backlash, or even backlash that vaguely mentions water scenes don't look realistic. So the Daily Beast article about race.
All right, let's take a look. Let's do a live fact check. The racist backlash to Halle Berry's The Little Mermaid is out of control. It's hard to take fair criticisms of the water in the new teaser not looking real enough when the outpouring of reaction is towards Halle Bailey, being cast as Black Ariel. Over the weekend, Disney released a trailer, live-action thing. The brief clip is relatively light on actual footage, but it does give us the goods. Star Halle Bailey as Ariel singing a bit of the iconic ballad. Bailey looks and sounds great. She puts a little vocal trill on the second-to-last verse and rocks the familiar red mane. Sure, there's not much else going on here. The camera just tracking underwater, following Ariel as she swims through the caves. But it's a perfectly sufficient glimpse at director Rob Marshall's adaptation of the classic. Perfectly sufficient, that is, if you are not a so-called Disney stan already primed to hate this movie. It's one thing to be down on Little Mermaid because of Disney's track record with live-action remakes. Bad. They're bad. Wait, this article makes the argument that live-action remakes are trash. But since Disney announced that Bailey was playing Ariel in 2019, there has been no shortage of backlash. This links to another article about the backlash. He's just lying about the article. Oh, God. Oh, wow. Who could have seen that coming? That he was fucking lying. This is another article talking about the fucking racist backlash. Now they're talking about how people are using this as a cover to then go and be racist. I will agree that some of these are just, you could just find tweets of people actually being racist. And look, they provide an example. They provide an example of somebody making the critique without making it racist. Matt Walsh is a moron.
Racist backlash contains no racist backlash, or even backlash that vaguely mentions race. They simply determined that the criticism of the film's bad CGI is really racially motivated. It's a dog whistle.
That's not what they said. That's not what the article said. We just looked at the article. Matt Walsh is lying. Simple.
As they like
He's
to
a
say.
liar. A giant
That's the
fucking
third guarantee,
liar.
that when a film casts a black actor in a white role, any criticism of the film, any criticism, even criticism that makes no mention of race, is racist. Which is
The article that he is citing specifically showed people criticizing the film without being racist.
why you can't criticize the new Lord of the Rings series or the Game of Thrones prequel without revealing yourself to be a member of the KKK. In such situations, the left also likes to employ its favorite sleight of hand trick that we talk about all the time on this show. This is something that they will surely use in response to this very monologue you're listening to right now when Media Matters.
Dude, you have the tiniest... Matt Walsh has, like, shriveled hands. Like, his hand-to-head ratio is shocking. They're like... And they're not just small. They look shriveled. I think it's all, like, his whole body is swelling into his head to keep him alive with all the ketamine he drops every day.
Flips it and posts it to Twitter with a caption like, Daily Wire host launches into racist tirade about Black Little Mermaid.
True! You are being disgustingly racist. It's really obvious what you're saying. In this, you say that the casting in this movie is blatantly racist. You don't explain how it's racist, and you simply talk about how triggered everybody is because actually black people are stealing white roles. Yeah, I'm sorry if that comes off as maybe you're just a little racist. Sounds like you're being spineless, and what you really want to say is, you don't like it. You don't like it when black people get leading roles because it doesn't seem like you like it very much, but you don't have a spine, and you have to run this stupid fucking show and try to make plausible deniability for you and your stupid followers. But yeah, you are being racist. We all know it. We've seen what you fucking talked about. We've seen about the way that you talk about when you do your hip-hop reaction videos and you just get triggered the entire time because, and you never, it's interesting, you never react to fucking white people doing music. You just react to black people and get all offended by it. Almost seems like maybe you're a racist.
Guaranteed they're going to do that. And when they do, the left is going to respond to it by scoffing and saying, well, why do you care so much? It's just a movie about a mermaid. It's just a mini-series about the Queen of England. It's just a show about a Viking. It's just entertainment. Why are you even talking about this? Aren't there more important issues? But of course, they themselves have made exceedingly clear that racial accuracy in entertainment, whether fictional or historical, is extremely important to them.
Wrong. It's not about racial accuracy. You're the weirdos who are fixated on racial accuracy. You guys are the weirdos. It's not about racial accuracy. It's about the fact that people of color have a hard time getting jobs on the screen. They have a hard time getting roles on the screen because racist white people will cast even canonically black, canonically Asian characters with white actors. That's the problem. It has nothing to do with the racial accuracy. That's your fucking weird skull-measuring Nazi fascist bullshit. The reason why lefties, and I can't believe I'm coming to bat for liberals here, but the reason why liberals care about it is because they too recognize the historical fact that roles are restricted from people of color to an inordinate degree. It's that simple.
They've been saying this for years. That's why they go into spasms of rage whenever a character is judged not black or brown enough. It's why they would literally riot and start killing people if somebody rebooted Tyler Perry's Medea series, except with Bob Odenkirk dressed in drag for the title role.
First of all, Bob Odenkirk would never do that, because Bob Odenkirk is actually like a skilled comedian, unlike this fucking failure of an asshole. Bob Odenkirk would never take a role like that because he's not fucking stupid. Matt Walsh is just a moron. Also, this argument has no connection to what we're talking about. He's just like, lefties would literally kill everyone. Lefties would, lefties they would nuke the planet if somebody made Medea again, but with a woke person. Dude, this guy must have the, I would, you know, it's got to be, I understand where the sedatedness comes from. With the amount of rage this guy has at like the most mundane shit, it must be really fucking hard for him to keep calm. It must take like a fucking truckload of horse tranquilizers to keep him from having a heart attack every single day.
Similar reaction would be expected if the live action remake of The Princess and the Frog featured like Kristen Stewart as Tatiana. And of course,
real quick, hold on a second. I'm just gonna highlight this again real quick, okay? All right? I'm just gonna do this again. Are you ready? Hold on, let's bring it up. Let's bring it up here, okay? Hold on a second. All right, look at the Disney princesses, okay? Do you notice something about the Disney princesses real quick? And when they add Tiana into here, do you notice what might change? That Tiana is the only black Disney princess? Do you think there might be a reason for why people would be pissed off if the only black Disney princess was replaced with a white actor?
A biopic about, say, Frederick Douglass with Tom Hanks as the lead would result in entire cities burning down in flames.
Oh, yes, I'm sure. Entire cities, guys. Entire cities. They would burn down the planet, everybody.
All of these things would be called, as less egregious examples have been called, black erasure. So does that not mean, by their own categorization, that the reverse is white erasure?
No, because white people aren't being erased. Because white people have no problem getting a role in Hollywood. There are a majority of roles in Hollywood are cast with white people and have been. In fact, there's periods of history where there's enormous periods of American history where all roles were played by white people in blackface. Even black characters, even depictions of black characters were not played by black people. You fucking clown. You fucking idiot. Matt Walsh is so fucking stupid. And you know what the sad part is? The part that really makes me doom out is the fact there are people who find this argument compelling. There are people out there whose brains are so damaged, their brains are so rotten that they find this argument compelling.
And if they can complain about black erasure, then why can't we complain about white erasure? Any kind of erasure on racial grounds sounds bad to me.
Honestly, nah. I'm actually going to go all the way, and I'm going to say that this video has convinced me that whatever race Matt Walsh is needs to be erased, okay? I don't know. I know I'm doing woke racism here, but I've just got to say whatever this is needs to be erased. Like the Matt Walsh genes.
Well, no, they say. It's different.
Bazinga.
It's just different. It always is, right?
Yeah, he's like a mole rat. He's the only one. There's only one Matt Walshian, and he's the one that needs to be erased from Hollywood.
And that's why all of this matters.
Bazinga.
Now, on its own, in a vacuum, The race of an actor portraying a fictional character or even a historical character doesn't matter. Makes no difference, right? That's exactly the point that many of us have insisted on for years when the left started making this an issue. For years, we said, it's not an issue, who cares?
Oh yeah, it's not an issue. It's just chance. It's just chance that we have fucking John Wayne playing Genghis Khan, that we just have white guys in blackface. You know, it's just chance, everybody. You know, why does it matter? Why does it matter? You know, stop being so triggered stop being so triggered when we do blatant racism.
And there was a time when that was the case. It wasn't an issue. Nobody really cared about it. Morgan Freeman's character in Shawshank Redemption is actually supposed to be an Irish guy with red hair. That's why the character is named Red. But nobody complained because Freeman was brilliant in the role.
And because you want to look at the cast? Here, watch this. Watch. This is going to illustrate my point. Watch this. Ready? Ready? Oh, this is going to be great. You guys ready? Look at this. Look at the cast. Look at the cast. Black, white, 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 black, white, 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 black, white, 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 black. Which this is a young version of one of the other characters, right? No. Black. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 black characters, and only one of them is in a leading role. Interesting. Maybe I'm right. Do you think maybe my argument is correct and Matt Walsh is just a disgusting liar and a racist? Because I think my case is pretty rock solid here, personally.
He single-handedly made that film the classic that it is. And also, back in the early 90s, people weren't obsessing as much about the racial dynamics in Hollywood films. There was nothing pointed or political about giving the role to Freeman. Contrary to now, when the diversification, quote unquote, of a story is always very clearly pointed and political. Back then, he was just the best man for the job. Everyone loves his character.
You don't know that. You don't know that. I bet there were a fuckload of articles that were written about how he shouldn't be played by Morgan Freeman. You don't fucking know that. He's just making this up. He's just pulling this out of his ass. I'd love to go read a bunch of local newspaper film reviews that complain about Morgan Freeman, because I bet you there's a lot of them. I bet there's at least as many as the articles he brought out to show the triggered libs or whatever.
Now, and that's all that needs to be said. Many of us have clung to that attitude today, which again, in a vacuum makes sense. But we're not in a vacuum. Unfortunately, we live now in a culture governed by blatant racial double standards. The rightness or wrongness of an act, the seriousness or unseriousness of an issue, the legitimacy or illegitimacy of a complaint, even the mutability or immutability of a cartoon character's race are all judged on racial grounds. Based on skin color, we are told what our opinions are allowed to be.
Oh, yeah, totally, dude. Remember, let's just remember, okay? Matt Walsh is saying that his opinions are being policed because of his race on his video, on his channel with 1.66 million subscribers that got 235,000 views, okay? And he's complaining that he's being policed because of his race. Oh my God, you poor little thing. You poor little baby. You must have the thinnest skin on the entire planet. Almost like you've got a huge case of white fragility. White male fragility. In fact, the fragility is fucking cracking my goddamn screen right now.
And what sorts of things we are allowed to care about. And if you're white, then there's going to be a whole list of things that every other group of people can care about, but which you would be insane, stupid, petty, and racist to care about yourself.
True! Yes, true! Because you haven't experienced any racism. You are stupid, petty, and moronic, or whatever other things that you said. You are, yes. It is stupid for you to care about it because you have never been discriminated against for being black. but a black person has. You have never had to go and watch 200 movies that have no white people in it, and then and had all the white people played by only black people, while your fucking friends and associates can't get acting jobs. You've never had any of that. Yes, you are petty, pathetic, and weak. You are the most fragile person I can possibly goddamn imagine. Yes.
Entire lists of priorities which, due to your skin pigmentation, are off limits for you.
It's not that anything is off limits for you. In fact, arguably nothing is off limits for you, but you still are a racist if you freak out every single time a black person gets a job. If you freak out because a fictional mermaid from a cartoon based on a children's book isn't the right skin color, you are an idiot. Especially if the skin color is the dominant one, that has been the dominant one in the culture, that has been specifically has taken roles from other deserving people.
You are not allowed to care about it.
Oh, you're allowed to care about it, but you are stupid and petty. Let's just be clear about it. You're literally allowed to do it. And in fact, obviously you personally are very rewarded for this, but you're just a stupid, petty moron and a racist.
They say. We're supposed to just accept a rule which says, you know, having a white actor play Black Panther is horribly racist, but it's also horribly racist to complain about a black actor playing the Little Mermaid.
Yes. Now, I've already explained this 100 times, but yes, it is. If you get mad over that, yes, you are being racist. And yes, it is racist to take a African character, the only comic book character in which them being African is a huge part of their storyline, and cast that character as a white person. Yes, absolutely. Extremely obvious. It's going well, Silent. We are getting mad at Matt Walsh.
But that rule is indefensible and hypocritical in the extreme.
Not even a little. Only if you literally cannot process logic. Only if you're a dishonest, fucking scam artist, loser, race-baiting moron. Like Matt Walsh.
All know it. And yet we're supposed to just acquiesce to it. That's what all this is about.
That would be great,
actually. It's not about the movies. I don't even watch any of these movies.
At least he fucking owns up to it. He doesn't give a fucking shit.
On their own, I don't care about them.
Of course you
I
don't.
do care about the racial double standard, which we are being conditioned to accept.
Lamau.
Because another word for racial
Hollywood is conditioning me to have to see black people. You're such an idiot.
double standard is racism. This is all racist. And that's why it matters. Well, if you enjoyed that video,
What a fucking moron. Holy fucking shit. Imagine getting so triggered that you say that it's blatantly racist and then just being like, well, I don't actually care about the movies at all anyway. They're fucking, oh my God, wait, hold on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hold on. I'm sorry, I have to see this.
when a person is addicted to porn, they are exactly where our culture wants them to be. And how it wants them to be. So as already established, porn tends to erode your critical thinking skills, your powers of discernment and self.
Oh yeah? That's a bold empirical claim. Got any evidence to back that up, my man? Man, if that's true, holy shit, how much porn must Matt Walsh be fucking jacking it to every day? Holy shit.
Control. That is all advantageous to the left. I mean, they love that. Porn isolates people, makes them lonely, emotionally and spiritually
Citation needed.
desolate and desperate. Porn also obviously militates against all of the traditional values, which we used to call virtues: chastity, temperance, patience, humility, all dwindle away through porn consumption. Isolated, undiscerning.
So it's interesting. You're a constant liar. You live a lavish life. You make a fuckload of money off of peddling lies on the internet. I have zero doubts that this guy jacks it to porn every single day in addition to consuming a fuckload of drugs. So basically he's just fucking pulling this shit out of his ass.
Lacking in self-control, lacking in critical thinking, lonely, intemperate, unchaste.
You're lacking, everybody. Just let me tell you, porn makes your brain stop working. It really makes your brain, you get slow. You can't do a critical thinking. It's the porn.
That's how the left wants us.
Thank you very much, Socialist Potato 123 with the $5 donation. Thank you very, very much.
Because for one thing, it makes us easier to control. When a person is addicted to porn,
oh my God, this is
when a person is addicted to porn.
I fucking love how anti-porn like every mainstream one is, despite the fact that we all know that conservatives are the biggest fucking coomers on the planet. This is the thing you have to understand about conservatives. The thing you really, really, really have to understand about fucking conservatives is that they believe that like publicly extolling virtues is the same thing as living a virtuous life. They think that if they preach about it in public, that's making up for the fact that they don't live like that at all, because at least they're saying it. I'm serious, by the way. I'm not making that up. That's a big thing among Christians, is that Christians will basically preach really hard despite living hypocritical lives. But hey, as long as I'm telling others, I'm not sharing my sin. Even though they're lying about the state of their own life, they're preaching to others, and usually from a position of power, telling others to live a certain way while not living that way themselves. It's fucking endemic to these people, because they can't be honest. It's ideologically problematic for them. They can't be honest. If they were honest, they would behave like actual Christians. If these people, they would behave like Jesus. They would pray in their closets. They would never preach. They would spend their lives giving money to the poor. They would live actual lives based on their religious principles, but they can't. So instead, they just preach about it. They're particularly hypocritical, and it's endemic to their ideology. Absolutely, just deep. Oh yeah, and of course, there's the every other week there's a fucking conservative who accidentally likes porn on his fucking main, despite the fact that they're like, porn rots your brain. Fucking unbelievable. Jesus would have donated to every trans girl's OnlyFans. Fucking true. Jesus would have donated to every trans girl's OnlyFans, and he would have never looked at any of the images. He would have just donated, just because. He would never have looked at. He would have covered his eyes so he didn't have to look at the porn, and then he would have just donated, just because. So he didn't get anything back. He wanted to make sure it was pure giving. He would have washed their feet too. He was really into that. He really loved the feet washing. A big deal for him. Do you guys want to see something really pathetic? Watch this. You guys want to see something really pathetic? Watch this.
And now, Deep Tweets by Matt Walsh.
Prepare to cringe. You're going to cringe really fucking hard. I'm telling you.
My 7-year-old pangendered child, Sundance, just came right up to me and asked, Matt, what happens if there's another January 6th? Can our democracy survive? I looked them right in the eyes and said, my child, it's already dead. We just held each other and sobbed.
Bazinga.
Guys, it was so funny. He said pangender, and the child's name was Sundance. I'm laughing so hard. It's so genuine. My life is full and rich. I'm a conservative. My life is full and rich, and I definitely don't just go on the internet to get mad every single day because that's the only thing I can feel anymore. Did you hear? He said pangender. Do you like sharks and do you have room for a large plush? Of course I do, Rapti. Of course I do.
After one.
Oh, Matt Walsh is so pathetic. Actually, this is really funny. Matt Walsh's shorts are like fucking hilarious. Oh my God, he's still mad. Wait, he reposted this shit. It's been years since this. Do you guys remember this? This has been the fucking the non-binary moment in the like what's it called? The Muppets cartoon. He got super mad about that and he just reposted it again. It's been like a year and a half since this happened. Let's see how mad he is.
Amazing princess! But they ran away, and all they left behind was this.
Everyone, there's something I need to tell you. The princess who came to your ball tonight was me. I'm Gonzarella.
But Gonzo, why didn't Vu tell us?
Because you all expected me to look a certain way.
See, this is why it's so important to have a father in the home. It's clear that Gonzo doesn't have a father in the home to say, hey, take that thing off. You look stupid. Get that thing off of you.
I would take that off. That looks crazy.
You know, if you've raised your kids correctly and they were to watch Muppet Babies and they saw that, they would start laughing. Like if my boys watch Muppet Babies, which they won't, but if they did and they saw that, they would just laugh hysterically because they would say that's so silly and ridiculous, which it is. But now.
So they would do the exact thing that the episode was talking about. I don't know how you can not realize that you've stepped into the fucking doo-doo that bad. Like, holy fuck. Yeah, I would do exactly I would exactly be the villain that they're portraying there. Haha. Oh my God. It's really funny too because to a T, every conservative dies fucking alone. Their children wait by their bedside until they die so they can get their inheritance, and then they fucking never show up. Conservative parents are like the worst parents on the planet. They fucking suck to a T. Guarantee you. Try and find a conservative parent who has a good relationship with their kids. You won't do it. You won't fucking find them. Unless their kid is a literal clone of them, you won't find it. Just will not happen. Oh my God, here's him raging about preferred pronouns for over an hour. Do we want to see him freak out? There's a war on conservative existence. Oh my God, this is so funny. This guy is so pathetic. This is an adult man. Please look at this guy's channel. Oh my God. This is an adult man. This is so pathetic. Matt Walsh is such a loser. LGBT cult is here to collect? Okay. These guys are so pathetic. You want to know what the best feeling in the world is? That no matter what happens, these people will be left in the dustbin of history. And even the most quietest house mouse queer person will be a titan, will be seen as a titan in the eyes of the future, in the eyes of everyone's ancestors. They're going to look back in time and they're going to see people like Matt Walsh the same exact way that we look at slaveholders. They're going to see them just like that. And everyone in the future is going to go, damn, queer people during that time had to deal with so much shit. It must have been really hard to be queer. And even if they don't remember your name, You will be remembered as somebody who endured an inordinate amount of bullshit by the hands of the most pathetic people. It's so fucking funny. Yeah, years later when we're all dead and future people dig up our bones, they're gonna dig up Matt Walsh and they're gonna go, oh my God, this man's bones and spine are so full of ketamine. How did he stay alive? And then they'll discover that he wasn't actually alive. They just have a wire running into basically a dead body. He's more or less comatose, but he can at least hear the stuff going into his earpiece and repeat it. That's what's gonna happen. They're gonna be like, oh my dear God, his bones are made of pure ketamine. Holy fucking shit. Woo. Damn. Okay, guys, also, this is a side note, end of the Matt Walsh segment, but this is just something unrelated. Do you guys know that it's actually like, it's pretty difficult to gender skeletons? Did you know that? Did you know that most of the time when archaeologists and anthropologists gender a skeleton, they're using context clues? Like, for example, they'll see that there's they know that a pharaoh would dress a certain way, and the pharaoh has somebody else next to him who's dressed a different way, and they go, okay, well, the pharaoh, because we know about the culture, we know that only men were allowed to be pharaohs, and this woman and this person next to him is probably a woman, probably his wife, because, you know, most pharaohs weren't gay, or at least they would marry a woman, and then they go, okay, that's the woman's skeleton, and that's the male skeleton. It's actually extremely difficult to gender a skeleton. It's almost all cultural and contextual. They look at what they were buried with, and they make assumptions. This whole idea of like, they're gonna dig up your bones, and they're gonna dig up your bones, and they're gonna find out that you were a man. You were not the gender you said you were. Well, first of all, I don't know how, like, you know that, like, most bones aren't, like, exhumed. Most people who've died are never dug up, first of all, ever. Not even famous people are dug up. Pretty much never. It's only when, like, you're digging through you discover a historical site and then they find some skeletons. That's a very select few people. And secondly, no, they won't. Because there's two reasons. One, they're not gonna you don't gender skeletons that way. Context clues are used. If a skeleton is buried in a dress, or buried and it has female name and pronouns in their obituary, that's gonna be what the people do. They're not gonna go and be like, we need to double check. Let's make sure all of the context and cultural clues say this person was a woman, but also, remember, the future is almost assuredly going to be more progressive than the present. So I'm quite sure that in the future, they're gonna know that there were a lot of trans people out there. Don't worry, you're gonna be fine. Conservatives live in a fantasy world. They basically live perpetually in, like, Lord of the Rings, but boringer and worse. So they live in a fantasy world that doesn't actually exist. And it's, yeah, it's just how it is. So don't worry about it. Don't ever let them get to you. Don't ever let them get to you. Yeah, we'll be buried with our Blahaj plushies. Well, I'm good. I could talk about that, but I've done that before, Killjoy. I don't want to talk about that right now. Oof. Ooh. Yeah, the bone gina and the boninas. Oh, I got a dono? Hold on a second. Wait. Was it from you? I already read yours off. I read yours off before. I read it off back in the section. But I'll read it again. I'll read it again, Socialist Potato. Here, let me bring it up. I'll read it again. I did read it before, and I mentioned it, but hold on. Ah! I'll read it again. Here we go. Social Potato 123 says, I remember all these dumb fuck chud complaining about how one of the Ratchet and Clank characters was a female Lombax, as well as they complained about the black actresses in Lord of the Rings. Yes, that's because they're racist and sexist. It's that simple. It is really that simple. Damn. Oh my god, that's cute. Those are really cute, Rapti. Yeah, this is Matt Walsh logic right here. Tall men are tall. Average men is 7.5 feet. Bigger jaw, manly. Female spines are curvy, very important. Men don't like a fat ass. Big hand, big foot, another important. Females wear high heels so their feet have specific evolved for that. Oh god, that's hot. Women are shorter than men, but they still have long, nice legs. Daisy Duke make a man go woo. Small hand, small, ooh woo. It's rude to ask a woman's height. This is fascist logic, unironically. God. This is so fucking bad. This is so fucking bad. This is a whole subreddit called Men Drawing Women. God. Okay, this is a good one though. This is a really good one. Anyway, men writing women. Oh my god. Yasmin says, what conservatives think they'll see when they dig up a trans skeleton. Yes, yes, exactly. Thank goodness. We know this skeleton is trans. Fucking true. Thank you very much, Yasmin. Thank you very much. Oh, damn. That tranny skeleton. Oof. The cocknabone. The boniness. Oh god, everybody. Oh god. What is wrong with the world? The world is a broken place, isn't it? Ugh. I don't even know what else. I don't even have anything else to talk about. What do you think? Oh, that's a good question. What do you think of autism gender as Vosh encountered? That's a great topic. What do you think of autism gender as Vosh encountered on that panel? Well, that's a really good one. Autigender or autism gender, as some people say, I think it's fine. It makes sense. Basically, for those who don't know what that is, for those who don't know what like autigender is, it's a very niche gender identity. And the basic idea behind it is that autism, the idea is that somebody who's autigender, basically they say that like their experience with autism has affected so much of their life that they don't feel that they can that they fit in any sort of gender binary because of their experience with autism. And this is actually really stark. People might think that sounds a little bit silly at first, but I want you to think about this. It is autistic, even cis autistic people. One of the diagnostic categories for autism in the past was the fact that that, like, for example, autistic women would not conform to gender stereotypes. There was lots of gender expectations built into the diagnostic criteria, specifically mostly for women who are young women who are autistic. So it actually makes a lot of sense if you think about it. Gender is strongly social. Autism is a type of neurodivergence that affects socializing a lot. So it makes sense that a lot of people would feel they have a very unique experience with gender. Honestly, it's pretty logical, and it makes sense to me. Again, I am a gender ascensionist, so I believe that we should ultimately move above and beyond using gender as a category to categorize people. I don't think it benefits us very much. I think that gender as a category mostly serves to benefit essentialists, mostly benefits people who want to build a binary or a set of very highly rigid, defined gender roles. So I think that ultimately, like, I don't know. I don't know that it's valuable to frame everything through gender, but at the same time, it's also very logical to me. Is there a difference between ascensionists and abolitionists? I mean, not really. It's more or less the same idea. I just think it sounds cooler to say gender ascensionist. Because I think when people react to the idea of abolition, they think that we're going to sign a law that deletes gender, whereas gender ascension implies that we will grow and evolve beyond the need for gender. So it's literally, it's an aesthetic difference, but an aesthetic difference that I think is important. Yeah. I think that it's really important to do that. Elak says, my mom was dismissive of my gender dysphoria because of that. Yeah, it's something that happens. Autistic people are often, like, a lot of parents try to pin being trans on being autistic. There's actually way more overlap than you might think. And yeah, it actually makes sense to me a lot. Like, the auti-gender concept makes a lot of sense to me. I think that it's kind of low-hanging fruit for people to make fun of it because, you know, people make fun of autism, but I don't. And I don't really see anything wrong with somebody being autistic. In fact, I quite like autistic people. You know, I'm neurodivergent myself. But yeah, the auti-gender thing makes a lot of sense to me. It made a lot of sense to me when I first encountered it. But it is, as I've thought on it more, it only makes more sense. And the more I hear people talk about it, the more I think it can be valuable. How do we abolish gender over time? By teaching people to introspect, by teaching people that it's okay to challenge gender prescriptions, by teaching people, by encouraging people to introspect and look deeper at gender and ask themselves whether gender actually helps them know anything really about themselves or whether it's actually just restricting us. In my opinion, like, using gender as a way to like categorize the world is only really harmful. Because it's just an added layer of nonsense onto stuff we already do. We wear different clothes. None of that has to be categorized as masculine or feminine. It doesn't give us any value. People just wear what they want to wear and they're different. It doesn't tell us anything about, like, bodies or anything because there's all types of masculine and feminine bodies. I just think that mostly the concept of gender only stands in, like, the adherence to gender only stands in our way. Using gender to categorize people only makes it harder for us. So we should move beyond it. And I think the way we do that is by strongly encouraging people to deeply, deeply introspect about it. Interestingly, I think that's happening. I think a lot of people, I think the prominence of trans issues, even though it comes at a great cost for trans people who have to deal with a fuckload of blowback for no reason because of bigots, regardless, I think that the fact that lots of people are thinking about gender and they're being confronted with this makes people think about it. And they start to go, wait a minute, like, yeah, sure, I'm cis. Like, I don't feel the need to transition or whatever, but it's kind of bullshit that I'm expected to because of a gender that is assigned to me by nobody. It's just forced on me by society at large that I'm supposed to act one way or do certain things. So that's how I think we start to, you know, I think that's how we start to change things, like, seriously. And I think we've seen that already. I mean, there's those polls about how many young, how many Zoomers identify as queer, and a lot of them identify as queer not just because of sexuality, but also because of gender. Like that, basically, they're just like, I don't really identify with these old gender roles. It doesn't categorize me. So I think it's successful. There's this thing. I always talk about how I do believe that as time goes on, trans people will ultimately win. The trans community is going to win, barring a, like, I don't even know. I don't even think there's anything that can stop this. As long as humans are continuing to connect with one another and share knowledge, as long as humans are still connected, I think that that the ideas that trans people bring with them, the fact that by being trans you are challenging a gender binary, I think that will lead the world to come to better conclusions about gender. I just wish it didn't have to be so painful for trans people. Yeah. Sparkle Cat says, I'm a cis autistic woman who likes being a woman, and even though I'm still cis, my specific relationship to my gender is still incredibly shaped by my autism. It's easy to see why someone would be autigender or autism gender, even if my answer to gender was different. Yeah, it's really easy to understand. It's not, I think people react to it knee-jerk because honestly, because I think that people are discriminatory towards autistic people. Yeah. Trans people have been around, but the ideas have not been able to communicate. The ideas have not been able to spread very well because of the unbelievable repression that the world lived in, and because of technological limitations. We live in a unique period in human history where the internet exists, and even if the internet was to go down, mass media still exists, and even if mass media was to fall apart, the tools to broadcast media still exist and will still exist, and even if those broke down, we now know the ideas, like progressive ideals and critical thinking has spread to an incredible degree, so that information would continue to spread even if everything else fell apart. So I think that we've reached a point where it is only a matter of time that like basically queer people win. And I mean that because I think that the truth is there are a lot of queer people. There are a lot more queer people than people who will admit that they're queer. And those people who don't know or don't have the words to explain it, when they find the words, they will be queer. And those who repress it, they will be unhappy. And those who don't repress it will not be unhappy. It's that simple. There is a functional, mechanical reason for why this will keep spreading. And as long as trans people maintain being visible, as long as people keep talking about it, that means cis people too, all of you cis people out there, that means you have to think about it and talk about it and spread it. This idea will continue to spread because it already exists within us. Queer people and trans people have existed through all of history to all kinds of degrees. They were just very unhappy through most of history. Lanago Miscellaneous says, hey, thank you for explaining autigender. I heard the term through anti-SJW content that made it sound very cringy. It's actually something I can relate to. I think a lot of people could probably relate to it, even non-autistic people. Even if like you can't necessarily immediately insert yourself, you could probably understand how a type of neurodivergence that affects your social life would have a huge impact on gender, which is completely social. Yeah. Rapti, thank you very much for the 5 tier 1 subs. Aardvarks are queer mascots and the best. Is this an Aardvark video? Is this that sniffy Aardvark? All right, we're gonna watch this little Aardvark meme real quick. Let's watch it. Sniff, 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 sniff. I do like Aardvarks. They are very cute. Sniff, sniff. Sniff, 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 sniff. Sniff, sniff, sniff. They sniff, they snuff. Sniff, sniff, sniff. What a cute critter. What an adorable creature. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Wow. Just wow. What a beautiful critter. What a fucking beautiful critter. Oh, so amazing. Overlooked and misunderstood. Why are they misunderstood? What's to misunderstand? It's sniff, it's snoff. It's very cute. I've never seen this creature before. Well, now you have. Aardvarks are adorable, and they have so many videos of them sniffing things. No King Triton. Oh, shit, I forgot to talk about that. We'll talk about it another time, I'm sure. They think they're anteaters. Oh, that's why. That makes sense. They're not quite the same thing, are they? Anteaters are like different because they're really big. Anteaters are like really big, and aardvarks are not that big. My God. Long pigs. I love piggies. Oh yeah, also guys, real quick. I know I already did this, but if you need any more proof that conservatives are like the most racist people ever, just look up that outrage over the rings of power. Like, we can just do the same thing. Like, just look at this. They're just like, they're super mad. They have this like what the hell is this shit? They have like this lady like drooling, and they do, look at this. There you go. Oh, it's cringe. It's got a flag, a gay flag on there, and then it says cringe, and they make this guy look bad and shit. Then they have this. They put the black characters in every single thumbnail. Look at that shit. So much. It's so fucking much. Holy shit. Oh, woke celebrity. Oh no, oh no, oh this is bad. Oh God, oh they're so mad. These people are so fucking racist. Oh. Yeah, I saw Xander's section on it, and he said that he reviewed the Rings of Power pretty positively, I have to say. I already ranted about that though. No, we're not gonna watch anymore. Guys, I actually gotta wrap up for tonight. My stomach is suddenly hurting really bad. I don't know why. Probably because, I don't know, because I've been up all day since early this morning. So I had a lot of fun tonight, and I'm gonna be streaming again very, very soon. I'm gonna go eat some food, take some antacids, because my stomach is hurting like shit. Holy fuck. And I will be streaming again real soon. Much, much love to all of you. Don't forget, like the stream, and comment on the videos, all right? I got a lot of cool stuff for you coming up soon. We're gonna be doing some more politics. We're gonna do some drama. I have to do my goddamn reviews. I keep putting them off because shit keeps coming up. And this weekend, we will be doing more Cult of the Lamb. We have gotten closer and closer to the end of the game, and closer to getting every single person into the cult who donated. Much, much love to all of you. Thank you all for your love and support. Today was a fucking amazing stream. My lovely imps, you're amazing, and I'll see you very soon. Bye for now.